Mature content. The following stream contains content that may not be suitable for all audiences, including mature themes, strong language, and potentially sensitive material. Viewer discretion is advised.
What's up, guys? I got a green screen, although it's not great, and it's probably gonna crap out. So messed up that purchase. But anyway, thanks for being here for this virtual food drive. Hi, Debbie. Hey, Meg. Oh, good to see you, Meg. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Lindsay. Welcome in, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I got a problem. Who freaking set this up for 9 a.m.? It's this guy's fucking problem. Unbelievable. Why did I make it this early? This is outrageous. All right. So before we start, I'm going to start with Mark Tinsley. Hey, Michelle. Good morning. Thanks for being here, guys. Going to start with Mark Tinsley. Hey, Christy. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Babe just found my slippers I was looking for. All right. So before we start playing Mark Tinsley, I did want to, we're doing it. This is a virtual food drive. Some people are not doing great out there. We know that, and we want to try to help them. So I wanted to show why. Hey, Dizzy, I decided to go with Team Feeding America, and the reason I picked them. Let me show you here. Well, first of all, I set it up so that any donations goes right to them. That was important to me. I wanted to be able to set up like a food drive where it's not going to me. It's going directly to the food drive. So you can get your receipt, use it for your taxes or whatever, but it's going right to their food drive. And guys, remarkably already, I put a goal of 1,000. Well, let me just read this here. What they do. Just $1 can help provide at least 10 meals to kids, families, and individuals facing hunger. Feeding America works with the food industry to rescue food that would otherwise go to waste. Network food banks collect, store, and distribute food to local pantries and meal programs. The network's food pantries and meal programs distribute food to their communities. 98% of all donations raised for Feeding America go directly into the program, serving our neighbors in the U.S. So, Charity Navigator awarded Feeding America 4 out of 4 stars, which I looked up and is true. I don't know. It looks like a legit charity to me. I mean, it's like a big time charity. So, if we go to the dashboard here, we have already raised. You guys have already. How do I get to the dashboard? My page. Oh, look, the live stream's on there. I didn't think that worked. How do I see? Oh, how do I get to? Oh, donations. So Melanie, Deja, thank you. So we already have $455 out of the 1,000 goal. I want to thank everyone who has donated so far. Sharon, Melanie, Madeline, Farron, Penny, Susan, Lakota, Charlene. You guys are awesome. Yep. Thank you, Diz. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. So $455 already. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. One thing about this community, you can always count on them coming through, and you guys are awesome. Oh, Meg just came in with $50. Thank you, Meg. My mom just came in with $100. Thank you, Mom and Dad. All right, we are at 605 raised. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for donating. So we're going to kick this thing off with the Tiger, Mark Tinsley. Now, what I'm sure people want to see, I would assume people want to see, who have seen this before, maybe people haven't, is when he's like, excuse me while I whip this out, and he shows them the paperwork. But that was not during testimony. That was during like a when they had they talked to him first before they decided if they're going to use him. As you could see in this video, there's no jury there. So I think that's what we'll start with when he goes back and forth with this jabronius. So let me,
which I would have had,
start this from the beginning. Brittany just guys, I forgot to put this back on the screen. I think the one thing that's cool about this thing is they have like a look, there it is. They have like a thing that shows who donated. So now we're at 620. So that's I thought that was really cool. Let me just refresh this because Brittany just said she donated. Brittany, thank you so much. Brittany, Meg, thank you guys. So, hey Tashi, welcome in everybody. And here we go. Oh, and by the way, with my new green screen, I can move myself into wherever I can make this bigger. Also, look at that lady's. I never noticed that before. Look at her cool jacket. Is that like a NASCAR jacket? Why is the chat not on the screen? I think I may have turned the chat. Let me put the chat on if I can. Look at Babe. Already, some would say coming in hot. How dare you? Oh, she said she didn't say she would say it. Hey, Sarah. All right, here we go. The proffer.
At length to the state grand jury, basically this similar testimony you're giving here today. Is that correct?
the testimony I gave today is included in what I said to the state grand jury, yes.
And it seems like the gist of this is that you were suing Alex Murdaugh, who you believed was underinsured for this incident, and you're going to go after his personal assets, and that was going to put some financial pressure on him. Is that correct?
Probably not exactly. I mean, I don't mean to quibble with you over the words you used, but I don't think it was financial pressure because I was holding him personally accountable. I was insistent that he pay. I didn't see how a payment plan on a settlement would put any pressure on Alec. It was sort of a deal that he couldn't turn down from where I sat.
But you were asking for money from him.
Sure.
Yeah. And the inquiry here today is about money, his finances, correct?
I don't think so, but it certainly concerns his money.
And you're anticipating you're going to go to trial, is that correct?
Yes.
You're going to go to trial and get a verdict against Alex Murdaugh, correct? That was what you thought. That's where this was going.
No, I mean, I didn't see how any reasonable person wouldn't settle the case, especially Alec. So I expected the case to settle. 90% of cases settle, maybe 99, but if we had to try it, yes, we were going to try it.
And if he were unable to offer more money, then your expectation on, say, on June 7th, before these murders, your expectation was if he doesn't offer more money, we're going to trial.
Any money.
Right.
It was no money.
Right.
No money had been offered.
So your expectation then was we're going to trial.
If you offer me no money in a case that I'm pursuing against you, then the response is we are going to trial.
And you were pretty far from trial on June 7th, 2021, were you not?
No.
You believe you were close to taking it to trial?
There was an urgency because John Tiller knew that he had about a year to live. And we were going to try that case. My expectation was early fall, late summer.
You expected to try the boat case in the summer of 2020, late summer of 2021?
August, September, October, sometime in that time.
Wow, Meg, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Meg. And good to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Felt like you were only 2 or 3 months away from trial?
Sure.
Time. Thank you, Sir Red Heart.
Even though we had all these pending motions that hadn't even been heard, including what venue to have?
I had tried the case 2 times with a Beaufort jury during COVID. I was ready to go to trial.
On that day, on June 7th, you hadn't even yet asserted a negligent entrustment claim against Alex, had you?
Well, I had with John Tiller. John Tiller knew and had agreed to the amendment.
Right.
There were a number of things that Alex counsel had agreed to, including knowing that there was substantial punitive evidence in the case.
But you, at that time, you hadn't even asserted that claim to the court. That wasn't before the court, was it? That was just a conversation with John Tiller.
That's the conversation that mattered, because John Tiller would be the one who would object to the late.
By the way, how many of you guys are watching Murdaugh, Death in the Family, the miniseries? The guy that does Tinsley does a pretty good job.
Presentation of the evidence, the late presentation of an expert, and he had agreed to all those things.
But he had objected to the financial discovery you asked for.
Well, there was an objection posed, correct?
But he did object to that.
When that answer was given in October or September of 20, it was an objection.
And the hearing that motion to compel the financial detail, the testimonies, that's just one of many motions that needed to be heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
There were many motions that had piled up and needed to be heard.
There were several.
There were several. Do you remember what they all were?
There was a motion to change venue. There was a motion to compel against Parker's. There was, Parker's had 1 or 2 motions. Some of the motions got resolved, one of which was this motion to assert admiralty in the case, and with the agreement that I would amend to assert your negligent entrustment claim, to get in all of the evidence that they knew I had. That was resolved that way.
And you've had a lot of motions practiced in this case with Parker's, haven't you?
More so since the murder.
But has that motions practice with Parker's been about the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Well, I mean, it's about it in the sense that that it certainly created a lot of additional issues to deal with, but not specifically.
There was a lot of motion practice about allegations of leaking of video for mediation, for example, correct?
I don't know about a lot, but I had filed a motion that I ultimately withdrew.
And you believe that you were going to drag Parker's to a trial within 2 or 3 months, late summer of June 7th, even though we have all these fairly preliminary motions that haven't been heard: change of venue, asking to amend pleadings, motions to compel discovery.
Yeah, maybe you've never tried a civil case. So when COVID happened and everything was shut down for 2 months, I got my case together. My case is not dependent on, if I'm forced to try it, the bank institutions where he has accounts. My case is not dependent on the leaked video. That's a separate matter, and ended up being a separate lawsuit.
I honestly don't even remember that part about a leaked video. Is that out? Is there like a leaked video of a mediation that's out? I don't even remember that.
So the answer is yes. I was ready to try my case.
And you didn't need, for example, an answer on the motion to compel that was pending against Parker's. You didn't actually need any of that stuff to go to trial against Parker's. Is that what you're saying?
You're talking about the percentage of financials, percentage of sales that alcohol made up in his profits? No, I didn't need that.
Well, let's put that up.
I wanted it, but I didn't need it.
Exhibit 82. You recognize that?
It appears to be my motion to compel against Greg Parker's company.
Pull up 82, please. And this is the document on the screen that I've handed to you. So we have, it's not just buried in here is some request for.
There's Alan Wilson.
financial information, but you're requesting answers to request for production 3, request for production 11, request for production 16, request for production 17, which is financial information, request for production 18, request for production 19, request for production 20, request for production 22, request interrogatory number 5, interrogatory number 8, interrogatory number 9, interrogatory number 10, interrogatory number 12, interrogatory number 13, interrogatory number 15, interrogatory number 18. It seems like it's quite a bit of discovery you're demanding from Parker's in this motion.
Which I would have had the answer to on June 10th.
So you didn't-
Either I was getting it or I wasn't getting it, but my case wasn't dependent on these things. They may have helped my case. They may have put pressure on Parker's camp like I was trying to put pressure on Alec, but it wasn't. The trial wasn't dependent on these things.
And turning to the motion to compel Alex, first, do you believe that the Judge Hall's initial request in May to go forward with pending motion hearings was telegraphing a ruling on that specific motion, or do you believe that that was him looking at these motions piling up and wanting to get some movement?
Yeah, I think so. There's nobody in the courtroom, maybe even including me, who wants the case resolved more than Judge Hall.
And when the late Mr. Tiller asked for a continuance, you don't believe that was any kind of stalling tactic, do you?
No.
That was a legitimate health-based concern.
And if you read my emails, you would see that I immediately agreed to it. John Tiller was my friend.
With regards to what you were asking for from Alex, let's maybe pull that up. I believe the state has already marked this as an exhibit, but this is the motion to compel. Can we pull up 80, please? It's already been shown to you, but I'll show you when it's been marked as 80 for your reference. So this is asking for an order compelling production on interrogatories 9 and 10, and then a set of supplemental interrogatories and supplemental request for production. Is that correct?
It is.
And if we turn to
and 9 and 10 are important as well. We didn't cover that, but I'm happy to speak to 9 and 10 because, 9 and 10 asked Alec about...
Sir, no one's asked you about it.
Okay.
This guy really thought he was going to fuck with Tinsley. And Tinsley is like, no, sir, you are not going to do that. I think one of the coolest things ever, and if I was Mark Tinsley, I would have asked for the transcript, was when, I think it was when Judge Newman was sentencing Alec, and he's like, you had a tiger on your tail, Mark Tinsley, or something like that. That I would have asked for that to be for that part of the transcript, and like see if I could get Judge Newman to sign it. I mean, how cool was that? By the way, I haven't used these in a while. Let's use. Oh, I don't have the sound on. Damn it! Hold on. I gotta put the sound up.
You will bring the jury.
The cone. It's a cone. Hey, Bo, what's this I'm hearing about what you're saying? I thought we were friends.
And we'll get to it, but first let's turn to answers to first supplemental interrogatories. This is the first page of Exhibit B, so we can see what it is that is being asked for.
There's no D in mine. I'm sorry.
B.
Oh,
Exhibit
B.
B. It's the first page of what's Exhibit B in here. It's right there. That's it. It's the first page after the motion, so it'd be page 9 of the PDF.
They're not
So
numbered. But
Mr. Waters asked you about this list of all checking, savings accounts, retirement accounts, and then you don't have to highlight or expand this stuff. All stock, and then number 2, all stock certificates, and we go to the next page. All property, interest of property of every kind whatsoever, from February 24, 2019 forward. All life insurance policies, 4 or 5, all personal financial statements submitted to any bank, etc. Profit sharing plans, pension plans, etc. Doesn't this look like supplemental discovery after you get a judgment? Supplemental proceedings?
I've never been involved in supplemental proceedings, so no, I don't think so. This is what my people needed answers to before they would agree to take anything that Alec would have offered.
In tort cases against individuals, in this case, a negligence in entrusting a boat and then an alcohol-related incident.
Holy shit. Hold on a second. Holy shit. Remember when we were at $620? Well, we are at 1,000.
Because I'm gonna bunk with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies.
We beat the goal already. You guys are unbelievable. Wow. Marissa $50, Tracy $20, Oksana $400, Babe $25, Lynn $10. Holy shit, Oksana. You guys are amazing. Seriously, thank you. Oh my God, you guys are so awesome. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much. I'm gonna up the we just started, so I'm gonna up the, I don't know how. Let me keep playing this and let me see how to up this goal. Thank you so much. You guys are just simply, if there's one thing about this community, they always come out. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Before there's even motions for summary judgment, before there's any consideration of whether a case has been made for punitive damages, do you typically get this level of financial discovery of defendants?
I think so. I think the judge ultimately agreed to give it to me.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
He granted this motion?
I think so. You want to see the order?
Yeah.
I mean, that right there is one of the biggest fuck yous, in your face bitches of all time. I got to replay it. That is one of, like, you just got sunned. Like, this man is forever Tinsley's bitch. This guy should be Tinsley's butler for the rest of his fucking life after that. You just got bitched. Like, holy shit. I'm playing that again.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
You thought wrong, you goofy bitch. Maybe you got confused. Oh, man. It's so good because that guy had been what's his name? Phil? What is his name? Phil? I forget his name. But, like, he had been such a dick to Tinsley. And Tinsley, like, oh, that was so good.
He granted this motion?
I think so. You want to see the order?
Yeah.
It's the record, October 7th, 2021.
And correct me if I'm wrong, what you've highlighted here is that Mr. Tiller, because of circumstances beyond his control, unable to gather, provide necessary information, answer requested interrogatories. Once the information is made available to Attorney Tiller, the court will schedule a hearing.
If necessary. You forgot the last part.
If necessary. The court will schedule a hearing if necessary.
Which means?
If Mr. Tiller, the attorney on the case, can, from his own client, get the information. This in no way says that the court granted this motion, does it, sir?
Only to you, I think. I mean, it's clear that John said that Alec was unavailable because he was in rehab at the time. He couldn't get the material. He's going to get the material, and the judge ordered, you get the material, and if we need to schedule a hearing because you don't have the answers that you want, Mr. Tinsley, then we'll reschedule the hearing.
I mean, this is an order that says the court will schedule a hearing on this motion to compel if necessary. It's not granting the motion to compel, sir, is it?
Oh, I think so. I think if he was just going to deny it as you suggest, then it would have just said denied, or it's
if it was granted,
premature.
Would you say granted?
Well, I think that's what it says. It's a practical matter when parties have discovery motions. Oftentimes, like Alec has, in his own statement, said he was working on getting the answers. The reason is you give the answers because you don't want to face what could happen in the argument with the judge. So my point is that if the judge were going to say it's premature, you're not going to get it, it's denied, any of the things you suggested in your motion, he would have said that. That's not what he did. That's not what happened.
The thing that's cool about the show is, like, you kind of, I mean, obviously it's not completely factual to what happened, but it's close, I think. Just you get an idea of, like, what was, like, you could have it in your head from watching the testimony, but seeing the actors act it out, like what was going on during this time, it's good. And the guy, I made a short about this, but the guy who plays Murdaugh is just so good. Jason Clarke, I think his name is, like, amazing. He has him down so good.
I just want to get the date that this order is, which is October 6, 2021.
I am drinking coffee in my mug that I got from TikTok that has a little magnet in the bottom. So you pour your milk in, you pour your sugar, whatever you want, and you push the button, and it stirs it. So I don't have to use a spoon like some sort of caveman. Not me. I got a magnet. Oh, Tracy, so much better. So that was Bill Pullman. Like, sorry, dude, you got, like, this dude, in my opinion. I mean, obviously it's early in the season, but, like, this guy's performance should earn him an Emmy, in my opinion. That's the TV one, right? Emmy. Like, it's so good. It's so good. Like, his doing the 911 call, you would think is Alec. It's so good. The dude gained like 40 pounds.
You asked for financial information in the motion that was pending against Parker's that was also going to be heard on June 10th.
It was different and for different reasons.
You asked for alcohol sales, correct?
What I explained to Judge Hall is that they say he's broke. And before
No, sir, I'm asking what you asked for from Parker's. I'm pretty sure that wasn't, they say he's broke. What were you asking for from Parker's?
I asked for, among other things, the percent of alcohol sales that made up his net profit, I believe.
And this was like a dram shop action against Parker's, correct? They sold the alcohol.
Like a dram shop action, yes.
Okay. And did you get a ruling on that? That request for that financial information from Parker's that was going to be heard on that June 10th day, just along with all these other motions that had piled up in a case that apparently wasn't moving very quickly.
I understand you don't want to acknowledge what I've handed you, but...
Sir, I asked you what the ruling was on the motion from Parker's.
It was very limited, and as it related to the percent of sales of alcohol that made up his profit, it was premature. The judge ruled...
Oh, we got $25 from Catherine. I don't know if I... Thank you, Cat Girl, Catherine. Thank you so much. Oh, I just saw she just donated. Thank you, Catherine. Have a good day. Thank you.
Unlike he did in that order I handed you, that it was premature at the time.
Why was it premature?
Well, the difference between Parker's and Alec is that Alec had, and his lawyers had, 25 videos of alcohol. They had the punitive damages evidence. You didn't see that with Parker's. It was just a straight-up transaction and sale. So to the extent you're suggesting that there wasn't this evidence, there were these mere allegations of negligent parenting, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the argument.
You presented that evidence to the court?
I didn't have to present it to the court. That's what you don't understand. John Tiller knew about it. John Tiller is the one who's responding because John Tiller knows ultimately he's going to be in front of the judge.
So you're saying the court was granting your motion, though obviously it was saying there might be a hearing on the motion, and maybe at that hearing you would present some evidence in support. But
I don't think that's what it says.
I mean, you asked for financial information for Parker's. It was deemed premature because it related to punitive damages, correct?
It was different than the motion that related to Ellick.
Because the law is how much money you have is a factor for punitive damages, correct?
Well, you're making statements of law. I'm telling you what was happening, and what was happening is that Ellick's lawyers knew what the evidence was. They knew what the amendment was going to be and the allegations, and he knew ultimately he was going to be back in front of Judge Hall making some ridiculous argument that appears you're suggesting now.
And again, the gist of this is that there was perhaps going to be this judgment day, I think is a term the state has used, but that was going to be trial, right? That was going to be the verdict. That was going to be judgment day, not this motion hearing where there's a pile of motions that have piled up, and we saw the one that asked for financial information was deemed premature.
Not at all. You know what was going on is, as I've said a number of times, Danny Henderson was very involved. Danny Henderson was a shareholder. Before I would have gotten the bank account information, before I would have seen the records, Danny Henderson would have seen those records. And I've seen the records. I've seen all the bank statements now. It would have been apparent to Danny Henderson, and I believe it would have been apparent to me what Ellick had been doing. So that's the judgment day, is the discovery. And there were a lot of threads that were being pulled, and it was subject to unraveling at any moment. And if those records were disclosed, if Danny Henderson reviewed those records, he would have known there's no way Ellick's getting these checks. There's no way these checks are going to Forge. There's no way that this money should be transferred.
And even if, hypothetically, had this hearing on the 10th and you got a different ruling regarding Alex Murdaugh than you got against Parker's, if for some reason it's not premature to him, isn't it true all you would have been all you could have gotten would have been a net worth statement, financial statement?
Not even remotely close.
Isn't that you don't, in your opinion, there's no case law out there saying that's what you get, you know, that's the measure for punitive damages, net worth. There's no such case in your opinion as an attorney.
I had 7 circuit court orders where the circuit court had ruled that you don't bifurcate discovery, that it wouldn't be proper to have denied the motion, and then what are we going to do? We're going to try the case, and suddenly we're going to stop the trial and go and do the discovery? No. And so I had 7 circuit court orders that I handed up to Judge Hall that supported our position. I think that that's what Judge Hall did in his order. And again, you know, the issue is not that complicated. It's, does he have the ability to pay? Is he broke such that these people should accept this pitiful offer if he could cobble it together?
But sir, that's not what you get on a motion to compel, is it? Right? You just said ability to pay so your client can make a decision on whether to accept a settlement offer, but that is not what the motion to compel is about, is it? It's about evidence for trial. That's the legal standard, is it not?
No, the motion to compel was about putting pressure on Ellick. I didn't really give 2 cents about whether or not he ultimately had money, because I knew he had money. I didn't need those things. The fact that he didn't want me to have them is the reason that I'm pushing it. So, I just didn't know why he didn't want me to have them at the time. I do now.
So the motion to compel was to put pressure on Alex. It wasn't about an expectation the judge was actually going to give you this stuff on June 10th?
If you're a good plaintiff's lawyer, everything you do in a case is to put pressure on the other side.
But the expectation of the outcome of a hearing on June 10th was not that you're going to get to launch a full-scale forensic audit because you had a conversation with someone whose lawyer said, oh, he's broke, and you didn't believe it. Not at that stage of the litigation, sir, is it? That's not what's going to happen, is it?
I don't think you need a full-scale forensic audit for something a 5-year-old could see. So, no.
You wanted pretrial ability to pay discovery to inform whether or not to accept a compulsive discovery, compelled, so that your client could decide whether or not to take a settlement offer.
I know you don't like the answer, but I'm telling you, I did not care about the answer. What I cared about was putting pressure on Alec. I think that your assessment of the law is wrong, and I didn't really care whether I got it at the end of the day. I knew he didn't want me to have it. And so that's what I was doing, was putting pressure on him. It would have suited me fine not to have ever gotten anything and to leverage it into a settlement and gone on about my way. But that's not what happened.
So the motion was not about obtaining information that may have been relevant at trial. It was about getting information to inform whether or not your client would take a settlement offer.
What I told Judge Hall was, they say he's broke. My people have lived in Hampton their entire lives. They do not believe he's broke. If he's broke, we need to open the books and let them see it so that they can then form an informed opinion about what they should do. It didn't have anything to do with the trial. It had to do with the case and resolving the case.
And then I think we briefly touched on Satterfield. Just to be clear, they came to you, the first time they came into your office was September 21?
It's either late August or early September, but very early September. And since now I'm thinking that since the roadside shooting, whatever that ridiculousness was the 4th, it could have been August.
Okay. But it was well after June 7th.
It was after June 7th.
Beg your court's indulgence.
Oh, I got to confer with Pootie Tang, the man who didn't know what hearsay was until he read the law and realized he was wrong.
If the hearing had gone forward on June 10th, this was a Thursday, what outcome did you expect?
The same one that we got when it went forward. The judge hadn't seen...
Well, I mean, the outcome wouldn't have been the court will schedule a hearing. I mean, if the hearing had gone forward, what outcome would you have expected?
Well, now I know that Alec was working on Monday to get the information together. If the objection was sufficient, there's no reason he would be getting the information together on Monday. So I could have gotten the information, but since that didn't happen, if we had argued it, I think I would have had the same outcome. Because he did.
Let me just make it a little simpler. Would the court have issued an order? Right? Some order would have issued on the motion.
I would expect an order to issue.
Break it down. An order would have issued at some point later, and what, if it were granting your motion, what would that order say?
I think it would say the same thing as...
Well, sir, that says a motion hearing will be scheduled if necessary. It obviously wouldn't say that. So what would the order granting the motion say?
Look, again, what it says is that once Mr. Tiller gets the information from Alec, gives it to me, if necessary, if I deem it insufficient, then we'll have another hearing and we'll argue about it. So that's what I expect.
It's a voluntary disclosure, and then if you deem that insufficient, we go have a motion to compel hearing?
That's the way motions to compel go every single day.
So if you deemed it insufficient, if the court actually had to issue an order on your motion, what you would have gotten you've gotten his, would the law firm books have been open to you?
I don't know that I'm asking for the law firm books. I'm asking for Alec's.
Right. Would
accounts.
you have gotten, what, a financial statement?
No.
The court would have ordered every account detailed listed to you, all his personal accounts? just because you asked for it to inform a settlement decision?
I was asking for the names of the institutions where he had accounts. I told you that.
Right, to subpoena.
Sure. But that's different
and
than
that would have been
giving me-
resisted, and there would have been further litigation. This process would have taken some time, wouldn't it, if it was resisted, right?
I'm not sure if what was resisted.
If you got the names of the banks and issued subpoenas, there would be motions to quash the subpoenas.
Well, you're
Right.
speculating the same as you're asking me to speculate. I'm trying to talk to you about what the judge actually did and what was actually in front of the judge. I get you don't want to talk about that, but, and we can speculate any number of things could have happened.
That at some point in the future, you would maybe get a voluntary disclosure, and if you didn't like it, then the motion would be heard, the motion to compel. That's what you say it says, right?
Well, if we had shown up and they had made the argument that you're advancing here, then maybe in this imaginary world, there's things that didn't happen, the judge would have actually ruled on it. We would have a ruling on whether or not it was relevant, whether or not I was entitled to it.
And you'd have been relevant for Alex, but not for Parker's.
Look, there are different things that are being asked here. And to your point, if it were the same, why didn't the judge sign the same order that you say he would have done? That's not what he did. At the same time we argued the Parker's motion, we argued the motion for Ellick. And so he came to two different conclusions on those issues. One is he said it's premature. The other is that Mr. Tiller's going to get the information, give it to the plaintiffs, and if it's not sufficient, we'll have another hearing. I don't know how you can be any clearer than that.
The report's in order.
Right now, if you're wondering what he's saying, he's like, listen, old man, we're not getting what we want out of this. Shut up. Let me finish this.
So just
That's got to be kind of embarrassing. Like, his name is Phil, right? I think, but like 2 times he had to go back there and be like, listen, I'm done, right? And Pootie Tang is like, no, listen, you are not doing a good job.
So just, and maybe we can agree on this. The hearing had gone forward June 10th. That day would not have been some sort of judgment day when everything unravels, correct? There would have been further activity, maybe a voluntary disclosure, an analysis by you whether it's adequate, another hearing if you thought it wasn't, maybe some subpoenas would go out. There was going to be some time after that. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, but the fuse was lit the moment that information became available in the case. Not as much to me, but certainly to Danny Henderson, who would have, like the phone records, like some of the other materials, reviewed it before I got it. And Ellick would have known that.
I mean, in that analogy, aren't you really saying that the fuse was lit when you were going after his assets, and that fuse was going to...
He's like stuttering. At this point, he's like stuttering. He's like, please, Mr. Tinsley, just answer how I want you to, please. He's all red.
go down until trial because you're going to go to trial against him, and that's when the fuse would burn down.
I think the fuse was lit when he started stealing money.
So it wasn't lit on...
Wow, did you hear that response from the... I was laughing, sorry. Listen to the audience when he says that.
The fuse would burn down.
I think the fuse was lit when he started stealing money. Yeah.
So it wasn't lit on... It wasn't going to be lit on June 10th.
They're certainly getting a lot more oxygen.
Right, but it was lit way before, and it was going to keep burning well after June 10th.
I don't know about well after, but it wouldn't have been Judgment Day on June the 10th, but he would have known it was beginning to unravel.
Not Judgment Day. No further questions, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very briefly, Your Honor. And that's really the point, isn't it, though, that had that hearing taken place on June 10th, 2021, it could potentially set in motion, or was going to set in motion, a process that ultimately would not have ended until there was either settlement or disclosure of that information, correct?
I believe so.
And so just the fact of that hearing taking place, and whether it's an order or representations by the defense or whatever it is, that process, if it occurs, starts and it has an inevitable conclusion, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's only one.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Don't lead the witness.
If the hearing takes place on June 10th, 2021, what is the net effect of what could happen at that point?
The discovery of everything he's done.
Whether it happens that day or some point in time.
Correct.
You had filed this motion to compel, or had you filed this motion to compel because you had been advised supposedly that Alec was broke and you didn't believe it?
Exclusively for that reason.
And you believed that if he was broke, he had to be hiding assets.
And if he were hiding assets, he didn't want me to discover it, which would be the pressure point.
Were you merely asking for a financial declaration at this June 10th, 21 hearing?
No, I was, it's broader than that, but I wanted the institutions because I knew I couldn't trust the number I would have gotten.
From Alec?
From Alec.
You were asked a little bit about having not pled certain theories yet at this point in time, such as negligent entrustment. Can you explain a little bit about why that was, if that was still out there?
It was only out there in the sense of the pleadings that were on file. I mean, John Tiller had already agreed to the amendment. It was already coming. I had shown him the videos a long time before that of alcohol, the Facebook, social media likes of Paul consuming alcohol, having alcohol. So only on the documents that were filed.
So were those issues, though, in play in your conversations with the defense?
I'm sorry?
Were those issues already in play in your conversations with the defense?
I'm not quite following you. Which issues?
Additional theories of liability that might not have been filed.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, those were, all I'm saying is that the black ink wasn't on the white paper, but John Tiller knew we had discussed these are the issues.
Glad you're here, Simmy. Like Jimmy, not see me. That's what I used to say. Oh look, guys, it's the court officer who was also the neighbor in Home Alone.
I'm going to hand this back to you, but I'd show you what's been marked as States 407 so you can recognize that.
Yes, this is the order that I handed whatever that lawyer's name was.
Mr. Barber?
Yes.
I don't remember that. Whatever that lawyer's name was.
Yes, this is the order that I handed whatever that lawyer's name was.
Mr. Barber?
Yes.
Okay.
Phil Barber, right?
And that's from October of 2021, is that correct?
It is.
You had previously testified that $1 million, was not going to be enough, at least prior to the murders. Is that correct?
Correct.
Had you come up with a number that had been conveyed that was far, far in excess of that?
A demand to Alec?
Yes.
Yes.
And that also included signing over Moselle and Eddystone,
It was an option.
as well as a payment plan?
Payment plan was an option. I mean, it was, you could pay this amount, you can sign over these properties, work out a payment plan on the balance. I didn't care how we got it done. It was just a matter of him doing it.
Was the payment plan an option because you believe that he still would have a lucrative law practice from which he could generate money to pay your clients?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, so that was the proffer. And this is the actual
The matters that was on the table to be heard. You had testified about. Mr. Tinsley, good morning.
Good morning.
Just to kind of reset the table from where we left off, you had testified about pursuing the case against the defendant over the boat wreck, correct?
Correct.
And you had communicated to the
Thanks for subscribing and welcome Sharon TH.
defense that the defendant was going to have to pay personally, correct?
Correct.
Not just the insurance,
Correct.
And you had been told that the defendant was broke, correct?
That's correct.
And you had filed a motion to compel. Had you filed a motion to compel, states 402, seeking to identify any bank accounts that he had?
In October of 2020.
Could I have the Elmo, please? And the screen.
Oh my God, the Elmo. I forgot about the Elmo.
All right. I think one of the things that you had also testified to is that just generally COVID had kind of slowed things down in the court system.
Ultimately, yes.
And then you had had some health issues that you were dealing with as well. Is that correct?
At some point, yes.
At some point in time, did a hearing in the boat case that would include a hearing on this motion to compel that's on the screen get scheduled?
It did.
And when did it initially get scheduled?
My recollection is it was set for May the 30th, 2021.
All right, and let me show you an exhibit real quick. This document.
By the way, I think the show does a good job of showing how Tinsley was all over Murdaugh's ass. He was all over him. They definitely do a good job with that.
I do.
All right, and what is that?
That is a communication about the hearing. It's actually about a status conference about the hearing that's going to be on May the 30th.
Okay. All right, and what was the date of that status conference going to be?
May the 7th, 2021.
All right, and then look at the subject line on that and just take a look at that real quick.
Motions hearing May the 11th.
Yeah. Was that the date or was it May 30th for the motions hearing? To your recollection?
To my recollection, it's May the 30th.
All right. But this email is related to that particular hearing, is that correct?
It's related to the hearing on my motion to compel and some other hearings, yes.
All right. At this point, Your Honor, I move to admit states 404, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection.
One thing about the Hulu show, I do like it, but some of it's a little. I mean, they make some people like they're the second coming of. I mean, it's good, and I'm gonna keep watching it. But some of it is like, meh.
And was that the particular email we were just discussing?
It is. And you're correct. The hearing.
Oh, it's November 1st, so you know what that means. I gotta go. Hold on. How do I do this? Go here. Go here. 5 people getting memberships. Come on down. Oops. All right, now I can continue.
Was May the 11th.
May the 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. You haven't seen that? That refreshes your recollection?
Yes.
Now you all get the Capri Sun emoji, which people who are new to the channel might not know is this is the first trial I ever covered. Not on YouTube because I didn't have a YouTube. I was on Twitter.com, which will always be, in my opinion.
We'll show you now what's been marked as States 405. And have a take a look at that and see if you recognize this.
I do.
All right. And tell me what this is, please.
It's an email from Judge Hall, who had been assigned the case about the hearing. John Tiller, who was Alec's lawyer in the boat crash case, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer about the same time, just before I found out I had cancer. And so he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to run long the day of the hearing. He didn't always know when his treatments would be, but about a week before he would know. And so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right. And just initially, when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
The hearing would go forward as scheduled, and one of Alec's other lawyers could attend.
All right. So initially, the judge denied that continuous request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened after that that ultimately resulted in it being continued?
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to continuing it. And then the judge had a status conference, and at that point, we continued the hearing until June the 10th.
In the course of this litigation, given that we were coming out of COVID, had the judge in that particular case been relatively aggressive in wanting to move this case forward, to your assessment?
The judge knew that I was in Florida receiving treatment and was accommodating that. No, he wasn't being aggressive at that time. It was when I was ready, and so I was back and we were ready.
And that's what led to this initial hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
But ultimately, you agreed to let this thing be continued, correct?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 4 or 5 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
And down at the bottom of this email chain, what's the date on that? Can you read there on your screen, or I need to bring it back to you?
May 5th, 2021.
And that's communication from whom?
That's from John Tiller.
All right, I'm
to
just
Judge
realizing
Hall.
something. Hold on.
And that's related.
This thing that's on the top is not updating. So they got to work on that because I just checked. Hold on. I don't want to miss anyone that donates. I thought it was going to be updating me, but it was not. We are up to 1,235. Mike, thank you so much. Kay, Lisa, Roseanne, and Dr. Artie. Thank you guys so much. Marissa, Tracy, I think I thanked you guys already. Catherine, Dr. Artie, Ann, Roseanne, Lisa, Kay, Michael. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The need for the postponement for the chemotherapy treatment.
All right. And then there were the community.
I think Tinsley is cancer-free, and his, I believe his wife is doing a podcast now. I've seen on Instagram. I don't know if Mark is part of it. Maybe, but I'm pretty sure Stephanie, I think is doing a podcast now.
Communications from you.
Yes, thank you to
that.
Shannon's dad.
Well, let me go right here. This is the response right there. Is that correct from Judge Hall?
That's the initial response, that he intended to go forward with the hearing as scheduled, and that Mr. Condon from the same firm could handle it.
Marked as states. Show you now what's been marked as states 406 and see if you recognize this particular document.
I'm gonna put this on 1.25.
I do.
All right. And what is this? Tell the jury what this is, please.
That's an email from John Tiller. So after the email that's on the screen saying I intend to go forward, John Tiller sent another email explaining a little more detail what's going on, and that he had, I believe it says he had spoken to me and I had agreed. They were my motions. There were some other motions, but when it's your motion, you can agree to continue it. If a party wants it continued and you don't object, and so that's what that's doing, is trying to get the judge to not go forward with the May the 11th date.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 406 in the evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
All right, and the date on that particular email is?
May the 6th, 2021.
Did the judge ultimately, though, based on this series of emails, granted the continuance on this motions hearing, correct?
Well, he gave us a status conference in which we did by video, and ultimately he agreed.
Okay. And what day was the motions hearing that included the motion to compel rescheduled for?
June 10th, 2021.
Going back to states 402, one of the matters that was on the table to be heard would have been your attempt to get compelled responses to this interrogatory from the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Seeking identification of his bank accounts.
That's correct.
Remember what day it would be? June the 10th, 2021 would have been?
I believe it's a Thursday.
How'd you hear about the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I got a phone call sometime in the middle of the night, 11:30 after my recollection.
That was on June 7th, 2021?
That's right.
Into June 8th, 2021?
I think I heard it's still June 7th when I hear about it, but yeah.
On June 8th, 2021, did you have any conversations with any of the lawyers involved in the boat case or any communications?
I believe so. I think that it was more of
Whoa. Just updated again. You guys are amazing. We're almost up to $1,500. We got... and guys, make sure, I'm sure you get an email or something. We got Margaret and Catherine. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you use whatever... you should get an email. Use it for the your taxes. These fucking billionaires use all this shit to get tax breaks and pay no taxes. Make sure you're doing something good for charity. You give it to your accountant. You put it in TurboTax, whatever. You deserve to. So thank you so much, Catherine and Margaret.
there wasn't a whole lot of consideration to be given to the fact that the hearing wasn't going to go forward. There was sort of shock and horror of what had happened, and nobody really knew what to do in the moment.
Of course, that hearing's not going forward after this.
It did not.
Mac is mommy says, "Yay, this is my favorite trial," and then I just realized that that's Jackie Fulford as her little picture there. Avatar, I guess.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 407 and see if you recognize that particular document.
I do. This is an email from Judge Hall's law clerk. Judge Hall's over the boat crash case to me and the lawyer for Parker's, as well as about the fact that the hearing's not going forward.
You're right. This time it offers States 407.
Submit it.
What's the date of that email?
I remember during the trial when Stephanie Tinsley showed. Oh, there she is. There she is, right there in the white top. I believe that's her. But I tweeted. I was like, I tweeted something like, Stephanie showed up there to make sure everyone knows that that's her man, or something like that. And I said respectfully or something. I was kidding, and I think she followed me after that. It was pretty funny. I was also posting thirst traps of Mark on Twitter. People were losing their minds.
June 8th, 2021,
What time?
4:24 p.m. I think there's an email from John Tiller that precedes this one that morning, but
But ultimately, there were communications the following day that obviously we're not going forward with this hearing on the motion to compel, correct?
yeah, pretty much immediately.
And at that period of time, was there any date set in the wake of all of this for it to be reheard?
There was not.
In the wake of the murders, did you generally understand or have an idea of at least what had happened to Maggie and Paul, how they had been killed?
I did.
Just from media reports and the rest of it?
That's right.
And did that have any effect, that tragedy of their deaths, did that have any effect on your assessment of the boat case and how everything fit together if things were how they initially appeared?
It would have affected. I mean, yes, it did, and it would have ended the case.
It would have ended the case against who?
Against Alex Murdaugh.
And explain that to the jury. Why? What had changed after this terrible tragedy?
Well, when you have a civil case, nice people get good verdicts. Okay, just generally speaking. Yes, sir. Nice people get good verdicts. You really have to motivate a jury to want to help somebody in a civil case. And so if you compared, say, Attila the Hun with some sweet grandmother, who gets a better result? It's the sweet grandmother. If Alec is the victim of a vigilante, nobody's going to hold him accountable. Doesn't make any difference what he did or how clearly what he did contributed. The case would be over against Alec. And so initially, it could have been over. It appeared that it was going to.
All right, we are at 1485. Sherry and Amber just donated. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Going to be over against Alec because I had other defendants. I had Barker's convenience store that clearly violated its rules, and so you wouldn't want a very sympathetic person in your case when you have somebody who clearly violated the rules and caused this tragedy. So it would have been over against him.
The sympathies of the case had changed if Alec had truly been, his family had been the victim of some vigilante or something like that.
The sympathies would have changed if that had been true.
And assessing those sympathies and those emotions in a case like this is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer, is that correct?
It's what we try to do.
And that's what Alec Murdaugh used to do as well when he was a plaintiff's lawyer.
I think he was good at reading people and knowing what made them tick.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Nothing further at this time. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Barber.
Good morning, Mr. Tiffley.
Good morning.
Maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things. Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alec.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just a motion to compel, it was other motions, correct, on June the 10th?
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process, right? In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, that this would have been another step, but it wasn't the end point.
So what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony? There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well,
Oh, Shari. I'm sorry. Shari. Thank you, Shari.
you let me finish.
No,
I would like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer to one of those questions, and I object to the form of the question.
Pose one question.
yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify?
This dopey idiot really got embarrassed. Got embarrassed in the proffer, and he really thought he was going to go at Tinsley in front of the jury and win. What a dope.
I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th.
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think
I'm sorry. You were scared of me, so I couldn't. Oh, Tinsley, this guy made him his bitch so many times. Look at Alan. Alan Wilson is like has his hand over his mouth, trying not to laugh over there.
on June the 10th.
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking.
Did you?
Finish his answer to one of those questions, and I object to the form of the question.
Pose one question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify? I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th.
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified, yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again, and I could not understand what you said. Was
I
there an explosion?
apologize for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Yes or no, is that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible. You're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
You're asked about the motion to compel being another step in the process. Is that correct?
It was a way to put pressure on Alec.
But if after that hearing happens and an order granting a motion to compel had been issued, that starts a process that's going to run its course. Is that correct? If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific interrogatory we've talked about here today.
Sure. The process starts on Alec's side way before. If you look at those exhibits that they marked the email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document. That's how meticulous Danny Henderson is. He reviews all of the account information before I get it. And nobody knows better what Alec's making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object, Your Honor. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
Response.
Your Honor, he is speaking of
Response to the objection.
he has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
Foundation. And your response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Overrule the objection. You may answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. For instance, I had subpoenaed the phone records, not only Alec's, his father's, but we also had John Marvin, Alec's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
Carly, 23 months, a Super Bowl, says, thanks for doing this, Jay. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a member for almost 2 years.
If an order to compel is issued, what was going to be your next step if you had an identification of accounts by the defendant?
Subpoena those accounts.
And if those accounts are subpoenaed, can potentially people move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
I sustain the objection.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection to sustain. That's the leading.
What would have happened if motions to quash were filed as any subpoenas you issued for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to argue about it.
Would have a process been put in motion, though, that was going to conclusion if an order had been issued on June 10th, 2021?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Let's step down.
Thank you.
Oh, God, you remember this? Although he was not voted on, but that's the moment he has. Oh God, Becky Hill. That's Becky, right? Oh yeah, there it is. I kind of just want to. I didn't even have you vote for this guy, but I kind of want to watch the moment where Pootie Tang loses his fucking mind. Oh, we up to 1,500? Hold on. $15.10. You guys are amazing. Why is it not showing? Oh, Carly, $25. Thank you so much, Carly. You are awesome. We hit $1,510 raised for people. This is going to help a lot of people, folks. So thank you so very much. Oh, did I just miss something? What just happened? Billy Juno. Thanks for being here, Greenie. And Billy Juno, thank you so much. And I want to thank you, Billy Juno. You gave, I don't know if it was memberships or a super chat during an interview, and I missed it. Thank you so much, Billy Juno, for giving out those 5 memberships. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you, everyone, so much for being here. All right, so let's we'll play this for now because this one part is hilarious with Pootie Tang. So here we go.
If you would state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Good morning, Mr. Crosby.
Good morning.
Just want to go over a few things very quickly in reply to some of the defense case. And the first thing I want to ask you is, you had previously testified about your close relationship with Paul, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And over the years, did you ever have call to ride around the property with Paul, yours or his?
More on my property, but some on one or more occasions at Moselle as well.
What, if anything, would y'all carry when y'all rode around the property like that?
Oh, look.
Why? This is about Paul.
Look, there's Dr. Kinsey waiting.
Paul?
Response.
Yes, sir. This will be in specific response to the defendant's testimony and in his statements as well. I can be specific. I don't want to do a speaking response, but I can ask another question and maybe put it in focus, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. You heard prior testimony that you don't go around looking for hogs in the daytime because they're nocturnal from the defendant, did you not? Or are you familiar that that was what was said?
Objection, Your Honor. If it's based on what he's heard or seen, I mean, is this a comment made to him, or if we're going to delve into the appropriate way to hunt hogs day or night? I mean, this is not proper Rule 5. I object.
Objection's overruled.
You bitch.
Yeah, if you don't mind asking a question again.
Sure.
If you guys didn't see my short, I did a short. Fucking dopey Harpootlian doesn't like the guy who plays him in the show, which is Jim O'Hare, who played Jerry Gergich in Parks and Recs. And it's literally, so far, he's been in like 2 seconds of the show. And Harpootlian's like, I don't like him. He's short and fat. Which, meanwhile, I think Jim O'Hare is taller than Harpootlian. And then he was like, I don't like how he talks. And he talks just like Harpootlian, even though it's like 1 sentence. Harpootlian is such a loser. I can't stand him.
All right. First question is, have you gone riding around the property with your property or the Moselle property with Paul before?
I have.
All right. And what, if anything, would y'all carry when you would go riding the property?
I believe the only time I rode with Paul was would have been looking for hogs, and more so on my property.
All right. And what, if anything, would you carry when y'all were looking for hogs?
Yes, Your Honor. Riding with Paul on his property, not Moselle.
Objection's overruled.
Well, people who have hogs on their property, as a general rule, you would always take a rifle with you, be it day or night, because you never know when you're going to see hogs, and because they are such a nuisance, as I spoke to earlier in my testimony, you always want to be prepared to shoot them. So you would generally have some type of rifle with you.
Found out from Cat Not Williams YouTube that you could move the closed captions, so I can have the closed captions up and have it not the chat not blocking it. I never knew until yesterday.
A long gun.
Objection, Your Honor. He's giving an opinion. He's not been qualified as an expert.
No.
Objection overruled.
All right. You've had plenty of experience in killing hogs on your property?
Yes, I would disagree with Mr. Harpootlian. I am pretty much an expert about killing hogs.
All right. And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul?
Objection, Your Honor. I apologize to the witness.
And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul, or have him hunt on your property?
Yeah, yes, I've been with him, and he's been on my property many more times. I didn't go with him every time he was on my property, but that's the general rule, that you would have a rifle of some sort. Paul, as this jury's been told over and over, was fond of that 300 Blackout. I've been with him while he had it. I usually use some other type of AR-framed gun to shoot hogs.
A 223?
Well, 223 or a 6.5 Creedmoor, which is on a AR-10 frame.
Is it common, though, to carry your rifle and look for hogs?
It's funny how he just described that, and like I'm sure everyone in that courtroom was like, "Oh yeah," and I'm like, I have no fucking clue what they're talking about. I mean, I've seen the guns now, obviously, and they show them in the show too, how they were like a Christmas present or whatever, but like no fucking clue anything about the guns or hunting or shooting hogs. Like it's still crazy to me. Someone showed a picture of like the size of those hogs. They can get to be fucking huge. Like I'm picturing little pigs running around, but these are like little monsters running around
in the daytime, and to see hogs in the daytime.
Yes. You don't always see them. Sometimes night's better if you're using a night vision scope, but I've killed hundreds of hogs in the daytime riding. And it's just something, because there's such a nuisance in the low country and really across the state right now and across the South, that we have a rule that you don't ride the property without a rifle, because you want to try to eliminate as many hogs as you can, and we also trap them.
To your observation, did Alec have a good relationship with the local law enforcement community?
My observation was had a very good relationship with, probably better than the rest of us, saving his father.
Did you on multiple occasions go over in great detail Alec's original story as to what he did on the night of the murders?
On more than one occasion, we discussed his story, as I testified to, I don't know how many weeks ago that was, but it was a while.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether or not he checked Paul and Maggie before calling 911?
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
And was he clear on that point to you?
That was clear to me.
When was the first time you've heard the defendant's latest story admitting?
Babe says, obligatory mention of Merlin the Pig. If you don't know who Merlin the Pig is, it's my wife's obsession. Merlin the Pig is on TikTok and Instagram. I don't even know TikTok, definitely Instagram. And Babe watches every day and tells me about this fucking pig that has those like buttons that dogs use to like talk. And this pig just talks, and it's Babe's favorite thing right now. Merlin the Pig on Instagram.
That he was, in fact, at the kennels minutes before the victims were killed.
I haven't watched all of this trial like a lot of people have, but when I heard that Elliot was taking the stand, I believe it was last Thursday, I did set up my workstation so that I could watch his testimony, and it would have been when he told you that he was at the kennels was the first time that I'd ever heard that.
Did Alec ever tell you that he thought the boat case had anything to do with the murders?
Consistent with what Alec told in his testimony, he specifically told me that, and told us that he did not believe that anyone on the boat had anything to do with it. I don't recall any other conversations with him related to the boat case, but he specifically did not believe, and I think that's what he said last week, that anybody on the boat. But as far as anybody outside, there was a lot of speculation going on, but I don't remember ever discussing that with him.
With him.
Right, because we wouldn't know. I mean, everything beyond was, I don't know. It would have been speculation, but I didn't have a conversation with him about that.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about Barrett Boulware needing money because of his illness?
And you're referring to, yes, I did, in I believe it would have been June of 2018.
What was that session?
Barrett and Alec were what I consider to be very close.
Improper reply.
Yes, sir. The defendant during cross-examination was specifically asked about this particular transaction and that we're about to discuss, and Mr. Crosby's testimony would be in response to what the defendant said about the money, and in as much as he tried to imply that, well, Barrett kind of owed me money anyway, as a justification for him stealing money from one of his best friends.
He did not ask him about a conversation he had with Mr. Crosby about that money. This isn't proper reply. This is going off on another tangent.
Overrule the objection.
Can you tell us about?
This is just a reminder of just how amazing Judge Newman was. He made his rulings. There was no occasionally he'd have his sidebar or whatever, but they respected him. He was no fucking joke. He wasn't yelling. He was just stern, and they just knew not to mess with him. Judge Newman, the GOAT of judges. Oops, I didn't have the sound on. God damn it.
You will bring the jury.
Just the best. Oh, look, there's Dr. Reimer in the audience. There's Buster.
That conversation, please, Mr. Crosby.
Yes, and if my year's wrong, but I believe, because I didn't know exactly what you were going to ask me, and I can go back and look at documents, but I'm sure it's in one of these exhibits when that occurred, the materials that Ms. Seconder put in. I believe in June of 2018, Barrett, who was a good friend of Alex, a lot closer to me. I think they were, in my perception, very close friends. But I had become friends with him and had done a couple of real estate transactions with him. That summer, I received a call from his son-in-law. Barrett was in the Mayo Clinic with stage 4 colon cancer.
Objection's overruled.
I do know for a fact that he was in the Mayo Clinic suffering, being treated for stage 4 colon cancer, and I received a call as to whether I could help Barrett financially.
Your Honor, hearsay, a call.
Objection's overruled.
Poot was a whiny bitch the entire trial, but he was particularly a whiny bitch this day. This is after Murdaugh had testified. It was like someone pissed in his Cheerios, as they say.
Because his wife did not have enough money to stay, Barrett had some waterfront lots.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. All this material came from somebody else.
Is this frozen? Why is it not? Why is it not?
The objection overruled.
I do know this from firsthand knowledge, Mr. Waters.
Is it frozen for you guys? It's frozen on my screen. I mean, it's playing, but
I had already bought a lot from him. But anyway,
it's just stuck on freaking. Is it stuck for you guys? Hold on. What's going on?
Because his wife did not have enough money to.
All right, let me see how I can fix this. Son of a bitch. I've never had this happen before. I wonder if it's because of this green screen. Oh, maybe that fixed it. Sorry about that.
To stay, Barrett had some waterfront lots.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. All this material came from somebody else.
The objection overruled.
I do know this from firsthand knowledge, Mr. Waters. I had already bought a lot from him, but anyway, he had a lot that he asked if I would buy so that they would have money to be able to, for his wife to stay down in Jacksonville while he was receiving cancer treatments. And I had a conversation with Alec about that.
Tell us about the conversation you had with Alec about that, please.
I just told him, man, it's bad. You know, Barrett's looks like he's going to die, and he did die in September of that year. And he acknowledged it, and he said that it was good what I was doing for Barrett because he knew that he was in bad financial shape and obviously bad health.
And you're obviously a member of this law firm, and your review of the records as all this came to light, did that conversation?
Kristen H., welcome to the Bows. Capri Sun's in the chat.
Because I'm going to bunk with you, buddy. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be...
Calm down, Chris. By the way, I saw a guy do an amazing Matt Foley on TikTok, a costume, and he did like a... Not only did he do the costume, he did the whole speech. Oh, it's so good.
Take place around the time that the defendant was stealing some of Barrett's money?
Yes, through this investigation that y'all have heard about into the financial stuff starting in early September of 2021, we started going through a lot of files, and as part of that process, somewhere I determined that in June of 2018, I believe, and I can't tell you the exact figure, but I believe it was a $70-something thousand insurance check that came to the firm on behalf of Mr. Boulware that didn't go through the firm. It was just Alec took it that same month that we had that conversation. And then later there was some more money taken after he died.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 575. States 575. See if you recognize that.
Is that David? Is that one of the sled agents?
Do you not recognize him?
Is that David Williams?
Well, I'm asking you.
I believe that's David Williams.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 575 in the evidence.
Objection, relevance.
What is the relevance?
Your Honor, the defendant specifically testified that when he had that initial interview with David Owen on June 8th, as he manufactured his decision to lie about such a crucial fact, it was because he thought that David Williams was the guy interviewing him. This is simply a picture of David Williams. The jury can assess the legitimacy of that claim.
Your Honor, I object. Never, ever said David Williams. He said David. That's the record. He never said it was that guy.
It's admitted over objection.
Now, the only please. That's who you recognize as David Williams?
Yes, I didn't know him. I got to know him through this investigation, and I do believe he was the agent that was involved in the case with Chief Greg Alexander that was referenced.
Clearly not David Owen, though, correct?
Well, that's not David Owen.
Have you ever tried cases with Alec?
I handled a lot of cases with Alec. I believe the only case I tried to jury with Alec was actually here in this courtroom.
Did you observe him being able to get emotional during that closing argument?
Yes, as a couple months ago when we talked and you asked me what kind of lawyer Alec was, and I told you he was a good lawyer, and one of the things that I think I explained to you was that he was a theatrical type presence in the courtroom, and he could get very emotional doing closing arguments in front of a jury.
All right, we are up to 1560. Helen, thank you so much, Helen. $50. You are awesome. Thank you, Helen. We are up to 1560. Amazing.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
I hate to go here, but let's talk about hog hunting, which I know nothing about, okay?
You might not want to go there then.
Nah, that was pretty good.
So long.
This is where Harpootlian loses his fucking mind. Just wait for this.
I think I probably do need to learn how to hog hunt. But I guess my first question is this. Did you ever ride Moselle with Alec? Did you ride around Moselle with Alec?
Probably. I know I dove hunted there, so I believe I rode on a Ranger, but I don't ever remember doing much riding with Alec at Moselle. But I know I dove hunted there, and sure, I rode in a Ranger or some type of ATV with Alec, but I don't have a specific.
Well, when you're riding around dove hunting, you got a gun with you, right?
You would.
Would you take a shotgun to hunt dove?
Yes.
Would you take an AR weapon too?
No.
Why? I mean, them hogs are out there, right?
Well, they don't usually come in a dove field when you're shooting dove. So I don't know. You just wouldn't, Mr. Harpootlian, typically. I mean.
But daytime, you're riding around the property. You got a shotgun. You got a slug in that shotgun, or are you using birdshot?
You would shoot birdshot.
Okay. So if a hog came up, nothing you could do.
If a hog came into a dove field with a bunch of dove hunters, they would shoot at him regardless.
Maybe you're on your way to the dove field. The dove field's not right next to the house, is it?
It's right within a few hundred yards.
Bordered by the swamp?
The swamp's on one end of it, yeah.
Okay. And where do the hogs live during the day, primarily?
Well, they can live in a swamp. They can live in a bay. It can be anywhere, but largely in the swamp.
The swamp. So a hog could have come out of that swamp?
Yes.
And you were unarmed?
As I said, if a hog came in a dove field near somebody dove hunting, they would probably shot it with birdshot.
Would that kill a hog?
If it was close enough, but unlikely.
Greeny asks, are there any updates on Stephen Smith? I saw on Twitter yesterday, apparently someone spoke to a witness. I think the guy's name is I don't remember the guy's name, but someone spoke to a witness, and if people in the chat know, but someone spoke to a witness like I think who spoke to two like teenagers or someone, two guys that lived like 3.5 miles from Stephen Smith, and they came home and they spoke to these guys. Neither one of them are Murdaughs, the people, but the guy came in, he threw up, and he was like, "We just killed someone." So that's the last I heard. It was, I forgot the two names. It had nothing to do with the Murdaughs. That said that this witness was a part of it. The journalist submitted the information to SLED, and they haven't heard back after like a month. That's that's the latest I heard about Stephen Smith. But it was not, from the thing I saw, it wasn't Buster. It was like two people who, I'll try to find it.
But unlikely. So you have, in fact, ridden around Moselle without a gun to kill a hog, appropriate gun to kill a hog.
Well, yes, if I was going over to the dove field, I wouldn't have one.
But you've never ridden, as Paul and Alec did that afternoon, just looking at different, like where deer, what do they call them? Where they plant stuff for deer?
Food plots?
Yeah. Or looking around at how these fruit trees were doing. Remember the Snapchat video?
I've never done that with Alec, and that I recall, but I could have in the past, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Or where they planted some corn for, I guess used corn for deer and ducks?
You do, but you don't plant them in the same spot.
No, I get that. One would be near a pond or in a pond or around a pond.
Correct. They had a duck pond.
Right. And then others would just be out where the deer might come out and try to feed. Right. Look, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
Okay. But you've never rode around like that with them, looking at different plantings and that you remember? I
don't have a specific recollection of doing that with Alex.
Okay, but would you? You're not telling this jury that they would do that without a blackout. They could. I mean, would it bother you or offend you or scare you that they're riding around the property during the daytime without the blackout?
No, I was answering questions about what's normal if you were looking for hogs or if we were just riding my property. I mean, most people carry a gun, but no, I have no idea what they had with them or what they were doing.
And I think Alec testified they were looking for signs of hogs because you could come back. It'd be a lot easier to find those hogs at night, right? They come out more likely at night than they do during the day.
They can become nocturnal when they have a lot of pressure, but as I said before, we shot a lot of hogs in the daytime.
Sure.
You can ride up on them and yeah.
But has anybody testified they were out looking to shoot hogs that afternoon?
I don't know what all the testimony's been in this trial.
Oh man, Abby, thank you so much. That's so kind, Abby. Thank you so much. And then I just got a Venmo from Kathy who says, "Thank you, Jay, for the food drive." Kathy H. Thank you so much, Kathy and Abby. Wow. Thank you guys. And I see also oh shit, what did I just do?
Saying is there seems to be
I see also we are up to Amy just donated 25 and we are up to 1585, folks. 1585. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Be some implication they would not ride around the property without an AR or some sort of blackout. You can't testify to that, right?
I cannot.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you heard from Alec the night of June 7th. You would agree with me that, well, let's ask it this way. What your practice is primarily personal injury, is that correct?
It is.
Catastrophic injuries.
Well, I handle a lot of catastrophic injury cases.
Cases, for instance, where a husband and wife are riding down the road and hit by a tractor trailer. And by way of example, maybe you could give me something more specific. Husband's killed, wife's severely injured. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, is it your experience in people who undergo, maybe they're not hurt, but their loved one is hurt, maybe killed, in that situation, that's a traumatic experience for the surviving person, correct? To see their loved one killed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you sit down with those folks and begin to recount with them what happened that night, oftentimes, I do a little work like you do, oftentimes those folks misremember or get times wrong, or because they went through this very traumatic experience, and the closer to that experience, the more likely they are to get some things wrong. Times, for instance. Is that your experience?
They can, but I also find that people who have been involved in traumatic experiences try to be very try to be very accurate with the details because they know it's important to me representing them.
And typically, you don't go out to the scene of the crime and interview, or the scene of the accident and interview them that night, do you? Typically?
Well, typically you don't because you don't know that it's happened.
Well, sometimes in the old days they used to do that, but they don't do that anymore, right?
That would be very rare.
So,
Awen Reese, thank you so much. I hope I pronounced your first name. Awen, thank you so much. That's too kind.
So you're seeing them in your office weeks later?
It can be. It can be days, can be weeks.
Okay. And in that atmosphere, it's a little more conducive to them being as accurate as possible, right?
It is, but oftentimes we also have the benefit of recorded interviews when there's a catastrophic injury. Typically, the highway patrol will try to interview people as quickly as they can, and they will. We oftentimes have it on video off a dash cam or sometimes body cam, and a lot of times written statements.
And written statements from witnesses who saw it happen.
Correct.
And so when you interview those people, they have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have to help them get a better
It's freezing again. I don't know what. I feel like this has to do with my virtual background, and it's pissing me off. I'm sorry, guys. Let me try to fix this. Poot does look like an idiot, so that's good.
Collection of what happened, correct?
Damn it. This stupid idiot. How do I fix this? What did I do last time?
Quickly as they can, and they will.
Why is this not fixing it? Oh, this is frustrating as hell. Sorry, guys. Let me try to fix why this is happening. Thank you, Elizabeth.
We oftentimes have it on video off of.
Come on, man. Why is this? Let me try something else. Oh, there we go.
That cam or sometimes body cam, and a lot of times written statements.
And written statements from witnesses who saw it happen.
Correct.
And so when you interview those people, they have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have to help them get a better recollection of what happened, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the instance you're talking about where Alec turned over before he made the 911 call, whatever it was, I'm not quite sure, before I think is what you said. If that would be consistent with something he says later on, after having reviewed other people's statements, looking at video, that would not be unusual in your business. I think you just said it would not be unusual, correct? Look, strike
You're trying to take me somewhere that you probably don't want to.
Well, no, I think I want to. And
the question?
Withdraw the question. Let me ask you this question. Maybe let's get to the meat of the matter here. Have you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole?
Yes, and if you...
How much? Don't tell me you don't know.
Well, we're still counting, Mr. Hartboot.
Well, how much have you paid so far?
We have had to borrow millions to pay back.
No, how much have you had to come out of pocket?
Well, when you borrow it, you got to pay it back, and I couldn't tell you how much has exactly been paid back as of we sit here today. But
and
yes, and if you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way because of that, I would take high offense with that, Mr. Hartboot.
I'm concerned about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the other.
I don't have any feeling about Alec Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that I could look beyond that.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection is sustained. There's not a question. The jury is to disregard the argument.
You are not angry with Alec Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Hartbootlian, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our clients, what he did to his family, what he's did to so many people, yes, I experienced a lot of anger. But you can't walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest, you are dead wrong. If you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money, when we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Well, let me ask you this.
Still in the I don't know 3 years I've been covering true crime, still I think the only time I've seen an attorney ask a witness, "Do you think he did it?" That was freaking wild.
You're angry with him, stole millions of dollars from your firm. You admit your firm's not even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
It is not. I don't admit that I'm angry right now. I told you I've gotten away from that. I don't have any feelings because you can't walk around with anger. I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way.
And you carry no, I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment ago?
No, you keep trying to push a question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the...
Your Honor, objection.
Mr. Harpootlian, I came to the scene of...
Did you guys just see Dr. Kinsey laughing in the background? Watch this.
answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the...
Your Honor, objection.
Mr. Harpootlian, I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was. I did not. And it's hard to you might not understand, but it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might be that way, but you know, I've got to function, I've got a family, I've got to move on with life.
Were you aware that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not, other than what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Okay. Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
You indicated that he could be emotional in trying a case, correct?
He could be. He was theatric, much like his father and grandfather had a courtroom theatrics, and he could be emotional.
Any of your other partners that way? Johnny Parker?
No, Johnny's quite opposite. Johnny's very
laconic, I believe, is the best way to describe it.
He doesn't show emotion.
Nobody else in your firm was theatric or emotional?
Not to Alec's level.
You don't know any other lawyers in the state that go to that level?
You're asking me a question right now. I don't know. You might yourself. I don't know. I don't know what other lawyers do. I'm usually trying cases against defense attorneys, so I don't get to see plaintiffs' lawyers anymore.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for. Well, let me ask you one last thing. This Boulware guy that he stole all the money from, Mr. Boulware, remember him?
Yes, I remember him.
How much money did you steal from him? Do you remember?
He stole $70-something thousand in June of 2018. Mr. Boulware died in September, I believe, of 2018, and I believe another $270-something thousand after Mr. Boulware's death, sometime in or around February of 2019.
Have you and your partners paid Mr. Boulware's estate or his folks back?
Yes, I met with them personally.
Okay. And even though it's cost you your firm and it's cost millions of dollars to you, you have forgiven him? You bear him no ill?
I didn't say I forgave him.
You're just not angry about it anymore?
I said I have no feelings. And I had to work on that, Mr. Harpootlian. You know, when you go through what we've gone through, not only the trauma of losing people we loved in a double homicide, seeing the aftermath, and then learning that someone you worked with for more than 20 years had been stealing throughout a period of time and deceiving us, there's a lot of emotion there. And yes, it was bad in the fall of 2021, and I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness, it's just I don't
You're not angry here today? You're not angry at him at all?
I'm not angry. If I raise my voice, it's only because of the implication that you were trying to make out of it.
The implication that you might not want to help him in front of this jury here today because let me finish the question, because he destroyed your firm, he stole millions of dollars you had to pay back, he deceived you. All that's away and is not influencing your testimony here today at all. If you'd answer that yes or no, then you can explain.
All those things happened, and it does not influence my testimony. I take the oath that I just took very seriously. And if you've got any indication that anything I said was inaccurate, I'll be glad to address it with you.
Well, the jury can judge that. Thank you.
How long did you know Alec?
Since the late 90s.
And knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in your eye and lie convincing to you day in and day out?
He did.
And was he able to look juries in the eye and display emotion?
Objection, Your Honor. That is not appropriate redirect, and it's leading.
The objection is sustained.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you about some of the things that you have gone through. And is your issue with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning the implication that you would come in and shade things in front of this jury?
Objection, leading.
What is your concern with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning of you? Can you?
Well, we got some more donations. Let's see what we got here. We are at 1645. Kristen H., thank you. Jennifer Green, thank you. Margaret, thank you. And Elizabeth, thank you. Amazing. We are up to 1645, folks. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I mean, honestly, we already met the goal. We're now pushing it past. I set the goal at 1,000, so you guys have just been unbelievable. Actually, it's believable because this community always comes, is just amazing. So I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Express that to the jury, please. All that he just went through with you sitting up on the stand having to deal with this, what is your problem with what he was trying to say?
Well, I fortunately, to start with, I took an oath to tell the truth. But we as lawyers also have oaths and obligations to a court. And it goes a lot deeper than just that oath. We are bound by rules of professional conduct, ethical rules that I take very seriously as a lawyer. To my knowledge, I enjoy a very good reputation as far as being a person of integrity. And that's what I took issue with, is him attempting, because he cannot impugn my integrity.
That's fair.
By the way,
would you take it
for folks who don't know what JBN is, because we have new folks to the channel. JBN is J Bo Nation, because I learned what a Bo was during this trial. It's a friend. Hey, Bo. They really say it a lot in the show, Murdaugh. Hey, Bo. So that's what J Bo Nation is.
22 if you went out looking for hogs?
JBN.
Possibly a 22 Magnum, which is a long rifle.
Which is a long rifle?
Yes.
You take a long rifle, not a pistol, is that correct?
Yeah, I would never. I'm not a good shot with a pistol, but I would never take a pistol.
And what was Paul's favorite gun for shooting hogs with?
I knew he always had a 300 blackout, but I don't know if he shot him with anything else.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
All right, I think it's time for the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Kinsey. Just the nicest man you'll ever talk to. I think he was my first interview. I wish there was a way. Stupid court law and crime doesn't have them listed by. Let's see if it was one of the last days, I think. So let's see. How are there two of these? What is this?
So look, will you point to what you're talking about?
That dope idiot, not him. This guy's on for days.
An existential threat to Alex.
Okay.
Takes us to anyway.
Believe, well.
Clothes being preserved.
Difficult trial.
Laws of physics are there that helps us figure out how things would happen. So I work with Dr. Manning
Ready to proceed?
Jeez, the hell's that? Sorry, I'll find it. I'll find it.
Talk about her photos.
There he
I
is.
offered to.
Guys, do you remember this? How crazy we would just watch 8-hour days, 9-hour days every day. For how long did we watch that for? Like a month.
And the state is entitled to explore this relationship.
Which I think they just said they don't object.
Let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can get a live. Bring the jury. Not live, but a bring the jury. Brang the jury. No.
All right, good morning. Day number 19. State's case, cross-examination, Mr. Barber.
I have boots on the ground.
Dr. Kinsey, how you doing today?
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, Kinsey. I'm fine, sir.
Good. Dr. Kinsey, let's talk a little bit about your career and who you are.
By the way, the one thing that will bother me forever, when I did my interview with Dr. Kinsey, for some reason I thought it was a good idea to play his testimony in the beginning, which was a good idea. But then I just kept the screen like tiny on me and Dr. Kinsey. I kept the screen up without playing testimony, and I continued the interview, and me and him are like this big on the screen. It was, I think it was my first or second interview. It bothers me to this day.
First of all, just kind of introduce yourself to the jury a little bit and tell them where you grew up and where you went to school, and then we'll start to talk about your law enforcement career and your expert qualifications.
Yes, sir, happily. I grew up a long way from here in a little county called Orangeburg. I was there about 54 years, my whole life. Went away for college a couple times and came back. And I'm currently the Chief Deputy of the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office, and I'm also a professor of criminal justice at Claflin University, where I teach crime scene-related classes.
All right, and pull that mic a little bit closer to you. Let's first of all, before we get to the professorship and what led to that, let's talk about your law enforcement career. So walk me back to the beginning, and if you could, just kind of walk through the various stages of your career and the things that you did along the way that led you to become the Chief Deputy for Orangeburg.
Yes, sir. I began my law enforcement career approximately 30 years ago, and I've held many positions in those 30 years. But for the last 22 years, my concentration, other than administration, has been crime scene investigations and working violent crime scenes. I have ran the crime scene unit in Orangeburg for 6 or 7 years, and then I went on to SLED for approximately 4 years, and then I came back, and now I directly supervise the captain of investigations, and investigations includes the crime scene unit. So I'm still hands-on on crime scenes, either as a primary or a backup crime scene investigator. And as I mentioned earlier, I teach crime scene investigation and other criminal justice-related courses. I received my bachelor's degree from Clemson University in 1991, my master's degree in science from Troy University in 2011, and my PhD from Walden University in 2019 with a concentration on use of force cases involving police officers. And my research is use of force and crime scene investigations.
So we could call you Dr. Kinsey, correct?
My grandmother told me it's what you answer to, but yes, sir, I'll answer to that, Kenny or Chief Kinsey.
And we could call you Professor Kinsey, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then we could call you Chief Kinsey as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the law enforcement, then I want to talk a little bit more about the education. Now, you mentioned that you've done a lot of administration, and tell the jury just a little bit about what it is to be the chief, and just what that entails, and then we'll talk a little bit more about sort of the crime scene stuff, if you will.
Yes, sir. I answer directly to an elected sheriff. I'm the number 2 man at the sheriff's office, and I supervise approximately, when we're full, when every slot is full, I supervise over 127 people. 105 are certified law enforcement men and women. And that encompasses about 9 different divisions at the sheriff's office, including narcotics, special operations, criminal investigations, civil, courtroom, school resource officers. There's several groups in there, and our civilian employees.
Now, As you've already testified, you don't just do the administration stuff as a number 2 man, but over your career, you've also extensively done actual law enforcement work, processing homicide and other major crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have. I have boots on the ground, processed north of 800 death scenes. Not all of those are homicide. That also includes suicides, accidental deaths, and unexplained deaths. That is either as a primary investigator or as a secondary investigator in my career. And I still have a directive that I placed with my coworkers approximately 11 years ago. I still go to every death scene if possible.
And over that time, you said over 800 death scenes over the course of your career. Is that
We are up to $1,700. Let's see who. Sweet Pea, Take It to Trial, $20. Shelly, $25. Cindy, $25. Thank you so much, guys. We're up to $1,715. Amazing.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, you know, how many pieces of forensic evidence do you think you've processed over the years?
That would be hard to determine, multiple pieces for each scene, but part of my duties...
Homicides, then.
Yes, sir. Part of my duties when I was at SLED was to also process evidence that was submitted through the door. And what through the door means, these are items of evidence from other agencies that have worked their own crime scenes, and they send their items to SLED for an analysis. And that's in the thousands. I would have no way to give you a quantitative number.
In the thousands?
Yes, sir.
Is it also over the years, have you attended autopsies as part of your investigative work as it relates to death scenes?
That is correct. Every agency I have worked at had a mandate that you attend autopsies to collect evidence, do major case prints, GSR, and that kind of thing. And also to give the pathologist an idea of your interpretation of what happened.
And have you ever been asked to consult on death cases in jurisdictions throughout the state or even in other states?
Yes, sir, I have.
Describe that to the jury, please.
As a consultant, I work for, to be frank and honest, sometimes it's against law enforcement. Sometimes it's defending law enforcement, just depending on what I believe is wrong and right. And I have participated with private attorneys in the civil process doing both. And I've also been asked by colleagues and comrades across the country to review a piece of evidence if they may have needed a qualified examiner to technically or administratively review that piece of evidence or their findings.
All right. Before I come back to the specific crime scene training and experience that you have, I just want to go back again to your education. You went to Clemson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and started a law enforcement career not long after that?
That is correct.
And what year did you graduate Clemson?
I was on a 5-year plan. I graduated in 1991, and I started as a reserve deputy. The records are a little shaky because back then you worked until they had a certification class, but best I can guess was somewhere around 92, 93.
So 91 Clemson?
Yes, sir.
I was 92 Carolina. So. All right. Then you went on to Troy University at some point later in your career?
I did, yes, sir. I attended Troy's satellite campus, which is in Sumter, an actual brick and mortar school. And the purpose of Troy being placed in Sumter is because of Shaw Air Force Base. A lot of our men and women who protect our country use their GI Bills to further their education at such campuses. And I had to travel 1 night a week and 2 days a week for approximately a year and a half to complete that, pass proficiency.
All right, that competency exam, is that a pretty tough exam?
It's the second toughest thing I've ever done, yes, sir.
Is the pass?
I mean, I'm just, it's pretty funny how Law and Crime, the director, they were really getting creative here. We got the 2 shots here with Creighton in the little box here. They don't really do this much sometimes, but they were really mixing it up.
Rate pretty low on that thing first time?
It is very low. We probably had 30 people in our class, and I only know of 4 that passed the competency the first time.
Were you one of them?
Yes, sir.
And then you went on and got your doctorate, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
And that was at Walden University program there?
It was, yes, sir.
Did you have to do any residencies with that?
Mr. Rush, we'll stipulate to him as a qualified expert if we just go ahead and move on. Thank you.
To explore the extent of his qualifications, that goes directly to the value of his opinion to the jury. I'll do it expeditiously, but I think we're entitled to do that.
Do you accept the stipulation or no?
I do accept the stipulation. I would like to very quickly finish up the qualification process so that the jury understands that.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is so qualified. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So real quick, you did some residencies in your doctorate, is that correct?
I did 4 residencies in Atlanta, yes, sir.
All right. And ultimately did dissertation and all that comes with getting your doctorate relevant to criminal justice and criminology. Is that correct?
I defended my prospectus and my dissertation, yes, sir, successfully.
All right. Now, let's get to the last thing I want to cover as far as your qualifications, but what specific areas of crime scene investigation and reconstruction have you had training and experience and previous qualifications in?
Yes, sir. I have been certified internationally by the International Association for Identification as a crime scene technician. That's a 5-year deal, and then 5 years as a crime scene investigator, where you have to do practical and written examinations, and you have to have statistics in your background, a certain number of each item to even be able to take the test. And that encompasses all of the different aspects of crime scene investigation. My training also encompasses footwear and tire tread examination, bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, fingerprint examination, and fabric impression, but I haven't done a lot of the fabric impression.
Right. Have you ever been qualified in courts of record as an expert in crime scene examination and reconstruction?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 35, 36 times.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint examination?
I have, yes,
sir. How many times?
Maybe 20, 25. Yep. Sometimes, and let me explain why, sometimes it's not individually. Sometimes you'll qualify for 2 or 3 of the different disciplines, and I didn't keep track of which time, was singular or which time was multiple qualifications.
All right. And then have you ever been qualified as an expert in footwear examination?
I have, sir, approximately 8 times.
And tire tread as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe that's what I wanted to go through with your qualifications, which I believe you stipulate in those areas. Is that correct? All right. Let's move on. Did you have an opportunity to review, at the request of the state, the crime scene here as it relates to Maggie and Paul?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. And just very quickly, what are some of the types of things that you reviewed as part of your process?
When I do a reconstruction, I look at the available evidence as I feel it's pertinent to help me answer some questions. And the questions that or the things I wanted to accomplish from this reconstruction, you can determine sequence, you can determine movement. A lot of times you can determine the number of blows, or in the event of a hand-to-hand combat or a firearm was used, those kind of things. So I examined forensic reports that were issued by law enforcement laboratories. I also examined extensively photographs that were taken on the scene, measurements, that kind of thing, and I also responded to the scene. It was rather close, and I took my own measurements.
When you say responded to the scene, when did you first get involved in this guy?
The end of 2022, and I'm not talking about when the scene was actually going on. I went after the fact and did my own measurements.
All right. And when you were retained by the state in this case, were you told any particular goal, or were you told to just take a fresh look at it and offer your opinions?
I was told to look at all of the evidence and determine what I may be helpful on, and to use my own judgment objectively, independently, and come up with my own conclusions.
All right, let's talk about, if we can, and again, we're going to have to deal with some of, maybe not the images as much, but deal with some of the injuries that Maggie and Paul suffered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's, if you could, just remind the jury, what were the injuries that Paul suffered, please?
They were very, very severe firearms injuries. One was a shotgun wound to just a little anatomical left of the midline of the body. One was to the shoulder, and it proceeded into the jaw and ultimately into the head.
And was that the first injury or the second?
The first injury was the shotgun wound to the middle of the chest, and it was non-fatal. Right. At least not fatal immediately.
And then what about the second injury?
The second injury was immediate death.
And were you able, in reviewing crime scene evidence, to come to any conclusions as to the order in which Paul suffered those gunshot wounds from the shooter?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, and please relate that to the jury.
My conclusion was that the first non-fatal wound to the midline of the body occurred as Paul was standing with his body canted in the middle of that dog food room, pointed slightly southwest, and the shot entered the midline of his chest, exited his underarm, entered his underarm on the actual arm, and exited the outside of his arm, and most of those 9 pellets proceeded through the back window of that dog food room.
Right, and then just real quick, you said 9 pellets. So explain that to the jury why you say 9 pellets.
That double-aught buckshot shot shell contains 9 pellets and I guess you describe it as a styrofoam packing to keep it tight so it doesn't shake. And when that cartridge is expelled out of the end of that barrel, the styrofoam packing dissipates or goes its own way, and those projectiles continue in the correct path.
And hold on for me.
Real quick, let's switch over to here. We are at 17:15. And now we're at 1765, and that is because Cammy came through with 50. Thank you so much, Cammy Q. You are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Real quick, I want to get a couple things marked. All right, I'm going to show you, can I have the envelope, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked. The states 531, 532, and 533, and see if you recognize these particular.
Son of a freaking pain in my ass. It froze again. Let me see if this works. Let me switch to this. Me in front of the man on the treadmill. And let me switch back. Will that fix it? Oh, it did. Suck on that, Ecamm.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell the jury just generally what these are, please.
These are views of the floor of the feed room and a view from the entrance to the feed room and some digitally placed legs that I place in there to show Paul's approximate position in that feed room at the time of the shooting.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer.
And it froze again. This is, I don't know. I feel like it's this green screen that's doing it, but I don't, maybe if I turn off the green screen, I don't know.
States 531, 533.
Damn it. I don't think that's what it is, though. I think it's just, let me try pausing this stupid thing and see if that helps. Switch back.
Two and 533, I believe, without objection. Yes, Your Honor.
Very good.
All right, I'm going to put 531 up on the screen here. Make sure we can see it all right. All right, Dr. Kinsey, you're talking a little bit about Paul's positioning and his location when that first shot happened. And if you could tell the jury your conclusion as to where he was located when that shot was fired. And then if you want to step down, and if you could maybe point out what was added to this image to kind of reflect your conclusion in that regard.
Thank you.
And there's a dowel stick right behind you if you want to use that.
Okay, as you see here, those are the digital legs that I placed there showing Paul's approximate position as he was standing when he had the first gunshot wound. Here along the floor, what you see are passive or 90-degree blood droplets. And when blood, you can tell a lot from the direction of blood by the way it strikes an object. Blood has a cohesive factor. It's viscous. And you probably heard that term before with the motor oil for your car. It's thicker than water. And the thing that causes that blood droplet to change shape is the friction and the direction and how much force was used. Well, a 90-degree drop just is exactly that. It's perpendicular to the ground. So these 90-degree drops right here tell me that Paul was standing there for a moment. Can't tell you how long, but those drops were running down from that wound on his arm, more than likely his arm, because his chest area had a shirt on it. It takes a little while for that blood to make it through the shirt, but it'll run down the outside of your arm and drip off your fingers. And you can see these 90-degree droplets here, and then they actually lead to the door. You can follow the path to the door. He's not moving very fast because most of them are almost perfectly circular or 90 degrees. Had he been moving real fast, you could see some directionality in him, a tail, because the tail always tells you the direction with a blood drop. So I know he was moving slowly, and I know he was standing in the middle of this room for some time after the first shotgun wound.
All right, and approximately how far was Paul inside the feed room? Can you describe a little bit about the dimensions of the feed room and your conclusion as to how far within the room Paul was when he was struck by that first blast?
Yes, sir. Well, the feed room is 10 foot deep by my own calculations and by looking at the other sketches. And where you see his feet here is just on the other side of the halfway point. So I went, I'm guessing because I have no way of running a tape measure because when I went there, everything was moved. But this door is 36 inches, and it's approximately 1.5 to 2 foot past the door. So that's how I come up with that determination. And he's just on the other side of the midpoint of that 10-foot room.
Which is about how far from the doorway?
5 foot.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 534, states 534, and see if you recognize that.
I do, yes, sir.
All right, and tell the jury what that is real quick.
That is a general view from outside the feed room that was taken at the time the crime scene was originally processed, and I added a digital enhanced arrow showing the reader or the viewer the direction of the shot path.
All right, this time I offer states 534 and
Okay.
All right, I'm going to put 534 up on the screen, and if you would, just show that arrow that you're talking about that's been added to this image.
Yes, sir. Right here.
All right, and then as well, just show generally where those blood spots are. It's not the best image in the world, but where those blood spots are that led to your conclusion about Paul's location within the feed room when the first blast struck him.
The placard hasn't been moved, although it's hard to see the droplets, and of course I didn't add the legs to this, but just on the other side of that placard, and then you have here a quantity of 90-degree blood droplets with a partial footwear impression in it. And then you can follow the blood droplets to the door.
Going back to Stakes 531, again, point out to the jury, if you would, the sort of the digitally added feet that you had added. All right. And if we would, if you could, just if that's the feed room doorway, can you just sort of position me, in your opinion, how Paul was standing when that first blast happened?
That's the doorway coming in?
Yes.
About right here.
All right. And let me ask you this. In your review of the evidence and the available crime scene evidence that you've reviewed, in your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's arms were raised when he suffered that first blast to the chest?
I see no possible way his arms were up when he suffered that first shotgun wound.
And can you explain the basis for your conclusion to the jury in that regard?
Yes, sir, I can.
Just going to pause this real quick. We are up to 1790. This says JBN Food Drive because that is me. Because Susan Lupo just sent a Cash App. So thank you, Susan. So now we are up to 1790. But please, folks, donate directly to the pinned link at the top. This way you get your receipt. But right now we are at 1790. Thank you so much, Susan. That is from Susan.
The shot pellets real close because they stayed together. They went in as one, as a unit, and then they did what a shot pellet does. They separated once they struck the skin and made entry. Run along inside his body cavity. His underarm, if his arms would have been up, he would have had no entry wounds on the bottom of his arm and then more exit wounds on the outside. He had over 20 entry and exit wounds, and he's only got 9 pellets. So the only way the math works out is if his arm was down. And additionally, the wad stopped and was under his arm. Had his arms been up, in my opinion, that wad would have went on and exited his body because it's only plastic. It doesn't take as much resistance to stop that wad as it does a shot pellet. And the wad stopped. It was right. You could grab it with your fingers if you would have been medical personnel and needed to. It was right there.
All right. And let me ask you this. Do you have a lot of general experience with firearms?
I do. I'm a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns, patrol rifles, subguns, and fully automatic patrol rifles. Everything but precision rifle.
All right. And when you say an instructor, where is that?
I'm certified. I have credentials through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've also been certified as an NRA law enforcement instructor, and I currently have a CWP endorsement to teach concealed weapon permits from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And you testified how many buckshot are typically in your average buckshot show?
According to the literature and according to my experience, there are 9 in that particular buckshot.
Did you see any evidence, I think you've already mentioned this, but did you see any evidence from the crime scene as to what happened to some of those pellets as Paul was struck as they continued on?
Yes, sir, I did. They exited on through the back window.
All right, and I'm going to show what's already been admitted as 532 and put that up on the screen. And if you could describe to the jury what you're talking about in that regard, please.
This is that window at the back of the feed room, and you can see the shot shell pellet defects here as they went through the window and continued on their path.
And those kind of big holes, are those consistent, though, with buckshot pellets striking that?
Yes, sir, they are, and some are bigger than others because it's just the makeup of glass. I mean, sometimes you'll get one individual hole, and sometimes it'll take out, a large portion. So I have have no way to know that.
And just real quick, I've got 533. I'm going to put that up on the screen. And again, is that just a...
It's frozen again.
Close up of where Paul was standing, about 5 feet or so inside that feed room?
It is, yes, sir.
Based on your view of the blood evidence that you saw?
Yes, sir. And here are the partial footwear impressions. And here you can see.
Look at this dumb idiot pretending like he's mad about what happened. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking ass. Dopey piece of shit.
The 90-degree blood droplets and some other biological materials.
All right. And in your conclusion, what's the most, what's the most likely explanation for those 90-degree blood drops? So how does that physically happen?
It's the arm wound. Even though it was non-fatal, there's less restriction from clothing or anything else on the arm. You know, here you've got the T-shirt that's got to completely saturate before it gets to the bottom and drops, but here on the arm, you got nothing. So once those pellets exited, entered, and exited again, that blood's free running down his arm, and then they'll drip off the ends of your fingers.
One thing I want to ask you about is you've testified as to your conclusions as to the position of Paul when that first shot struck him. Is there anything about the entrance wound itself that supports your conclusion as to the shape of the entrance wound?
Yes, it's oblong instead of completely round. And had he been standing facing that door and took that double-lock buckshot to the middle of the chest.
My whole computer is freaking freezing. God dang.
Yes, I've seen it dozens and dozens of times. Instead of coming out this side, a shot shell or a projectile doesn't make a 90-degree right. Generally, it's going to follow the same path unless it hits something hard enough to make it ricochet. It would have went on through his body. It still would have exited the window. It just wouldn't have done the damage to his arm and his underarm. So he had to be canted in this direction. And the wound is not perfectly circular. It's more oblong, which tells you that he was canted to some degree.
All right. In your review of the crime scene evidence, did you come to any conclusion about the location of the shooter when that first buckshot blast struck Paul in his chest?
It would be hard to say exact, but I can say to a bare minimum the breech of the shotgun, because I don't have the shotgun. I don't know the length of the barrel, that kind of thing, or I could run it from the door. But the breech of the shotgun, where it ejects the shot shell casing after it fires, was somewhere inside the door. Because had it been on the other side of the door, the shot shell would have been located outside. So depending on the length of the shotgun, at least I can say the ejection port was inside the door of the shed.
All right. And then the shooter, I have this image up here, which I apologize, states 534. And can you kind of illustrate what you're talking about to the jury using that image?
Yes, sir. The breech, the ejection port, where you load and unload that shotgun, which is a little less than midpoint from the shooter, was inside this door frame, at least to some degree inside.
And where were the expended shot shells found on this crime scene?
According to the photographs and the original crime scene, behind this door.
Right. And is that consistent with your review of the evidence? Does that support your review of the evidence that you just, that conclusion you just related to the jury?
Very easily. If you look, this room is kind of cluttered, and I measured that door myself. It had been pressure washed, but the same door, found the same shot shell pellet defects in that door. 1.5 inches at the bottom of the door, that's plenty of room for a shot shell to bounce and roll under the door. So I have no reason to believe it didn't end up there because of the location of the shooter.
All right. Let me get a couple other things marked. You can kind of head back to your home base, and let me just get these marked real quick.
Take care, Lindsay.
All right. Dr. Kinsey, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535, 536, 537, and 538 state's exhibits, and see if you generally recognize those images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and generally explain to the jury what these images are, and then we'll talk about them specifically.
Those are images at the door that I've added some visual enhancements to help the reader understand the flight path of the second shot and the different elements that I looked at in determining where the shooter was for the second or the fatal shot to Paul.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 535, 536, 537, and 538 in evidence. I believe without objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right. Let's look first at 535, and before we get to that, generally describe again to the jury your conclusion as to that second injury suffered by Paul, the fatal shot as you've described it.
Well, the first thing is, once Paul received that second shot, he never walked again. He never made any movement. Any movement he made was involuntary, and it was due to gravity, pulling his body down to the ground. When you sustain an injury to your brain like that, that ceases all movement. So he was found outside the feed door. He fell over forward after sustaining that movement. Some wounds are fatal later. You can actually see someone that receives a fatal wound, and I've seen them run 100 yards. They can move for a little while. This is not that type of wound. Once he received this wound, it ceased all movement.
All right. And did you, I'm going to put attachment, states 535 up on the screen, and tell the jury what this particular image reflects, please.
Yes, sir. If you can look at the green funnel that I've added just visually, if you look at that green funnel.
It's a cone. It's a cone. Hold on. All right. We are at we have breached $1,800. We are at $1,850, $1,815. Christine M. Thank you so much, Christine. We are at, I don't know why I'm saying, I always feel weird with people's real names on here. Thank you so much, folks. We are now at, thank you, Christine, and we are now at $1,815. Amazing.
That is approximately the shot shell path, the shot path from the shot shell after it did the injuries to Paul, or the direction of the shot from the shot shell. And I determined that by shot shell pellet defects that are still in the door, even though the door had been cleaned. I went and looked at it myself, run my own measurements, took the width of the door. I took Paul's approximate height. It's listed as several different things. DMV shows him at 5'6". The pathologist listed him, I believe, at 5'9", so I had to split the difference. I went somewhere in the middle. Then I deducted the distance between the top of your head and the top of your shoulder, so I took another foot off.
New member, Red and Right. Welcome, Red and Right. Thank you.
Then I took the width of the door, and it was one other thing I looked at, and that was a void pattern that's on the door frame of the door. A void pattern is caused by something being there when the blood and biological materials are let. We call it a bloodletting from the wound, and there's a void pattern, which tells me something was in that way, and because of the narrow door, in my opinion, it was Paul. So that's what caused that void pattern on that door. So I used all of that, and I used a dowel rod, and I used a protractor on the doorknob side of that door frame, and I ran it up, and that's what helped me establish the angle of that shot pattern.
All right, and we're going to use the images to kind of talk about that a little bit more specifically, but quickly I want to show you 539 and 540 and see if you recognize these images.
Yes, sir, I do. 540 is my photograph when I visited the scene, and 539 is also my photograph, and it shows that top hinge of that door is approximately 72 inches at the top of the hinge.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move into evidence, I believe without objection, states 539 and 540.
No objection.
Admit it.
All right, let's, if you could, I'd ask you to step down again. I know I just sent you back there, but come on down. I'm going to put 539 up on the screen, and if you could, back down. Tell me what this image reflects, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. These are 36-inch standard yellow yardsticks. We use them to measure certain things, and it right here is the top of the top hinge. It's a 3-hinge door, and this is the top of the hinge, and then 4 inches above this are where those shot pellet defects were that I used to figure out my angle.
All right, and looking at 540, who took this particular image?
I took this image.
So this would have been long after the actual event occurred. Is that correct?
This was last December. Yes, sir.
All right, and tell the jury what this image reflects.
You can still see the pellet defects in the door, and this is the approximate center of it here. So that's 4 inches above 72. That's approximately 76 inches on an 80-inch door.
I'm going to show you States 536.
I mean, between this and the tiny gray men, I can't believe that the jury believed Dr. Kinsey and not that it was 2 tiny gray boys that did it.
And explain to the jury what this is, and in particular how that's relevant to your conclusion about the angle in which Paul suffered the fatal head wound.
This is the original crime scene pictures. And this is where the pellets took their path. This is where they struck and did damage to the door. And you can actually still see the dents that are documented in my photograph. You can see them in the original crime scene. This is the concentration of blood that's caused by the brain exiting Paul's body in the path of the shot shells. And then you also have biological material, hair and blood, here at the top of the door frame. And that's where I drew my conclusion. At some time, those body parts made contact with these sections of the door. And my opinion is that it hit here, and then landed on the sidewalk.
Looking at States 537, can you explain what the jury's seeing in this image and how it relates to your opinion about the manner in which Paul suffered that fatal wound?
I can. With a major bloodletting, especially...
Dr. Kinsey, let me ask you to, I'm going to move this podium and ask you to step back just a hair so that the jurors over here can see what you're saying.
Yes, sir. With a shotgun wound, you know, you've got you've got over 800 pellets that are making damage. It's not like a projectile, a single projectile from a pistol or a rifle. So there's mass damage, and it throws body fluids and blood in several different directions, but they follow the path. When I mentioned that it was...
I mean, what the expert, the tiny gray boys expert, what that guy proved, I don't care what trial you're watching, whether it's a bodily injury case, a criminal case, you can pay an expert to say whatever you want to them to say, whether it's true or not. You could pay it for that guy to have that as what happened was embarrassing, but it just proves if you get that money, you can pay people to say whatever you want them to say. Look at this freeze frame.
It's a void pattern. This is the last blood drop. You can see it in the photograph that I can see, and it's approximately 5 foot right there. And this is not green tape. That is a digital effect I put on the photograph to show the void I was talking about. So at some time, it's my opinion that Paul was up against that door or real close to that door to keep that blood from striking the door at the point in time that he was shot.
All right, and the green tape reflects that blood path or that void area that is consistent with Paul blocking that area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Digital tape. It's not really tape.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So that's been added to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. To illustrate your opinion. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then 538. I'm going to show you this image, and again, if you can point out what's been added and how this relates to the conclusion that you're offering to the jury.
Yes, sir. One thing that I looked at to determine that it happened in the doorway and a little bit outside the doorway, more outside than inside, you don't just look for the presence of biological material in blood, you look for the absence of biological material in blood. Here at the top, it didn't have a scale or a ruler, so I can't tell you exactly, but looking at some of these other objects, I was able to scale it approximately 4 inches. Up here, you have a void. So I know that it happened, the second wound happened far enough outside of that door frame that the actual frame kept the biological material from hitting at the very top, right here. I also looked at these items. You got some medication, canine medication or some cleaning materials and that kind of thing up here. You can see all the spatter at the front of those containers. And then we got what I call a demarcation line right here, and I drew it through most of these cans. And that separates the blood contaminated area and the clean area. So that tells me that it was at least forward of the angle on those containers. And that's why I believe he was shot. The second wound happened just outside the door frame, but his feet were probably still in the door frame.
All right, and just quickly point to the jury, can we see part of the door frame in this particular image?
You can, yes, sir, right here.
All right. And going back now to States 535, and just for the record, we were just looking at States 538 and 537. Going back to States 535, did you reach a conclusion as to the location of the shooter on that second fatal shot that Paul suffered to his head?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please.
The shooter was right here. If you're facing that door, to the right of the doorway, outside.
And would you have expected there to be, in that particular range, any sort of biological evidence in that area in proximity to the shooter?
Yes, sir, I would.
Would the door frame have potentially blocked any of that as well?
It would block some, and just depending on the positioning, how much of the body of the shooter was exposed. Because, once you have that kind of catastrophic injury, it's real fine blood particles and biological fluids that go in all directions. And the closer the shooter was to the muzzle, to the exit end of that firearm, the more stuff you would expect.
Let me ask you this. In your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's fatal head injury came from the top in a contact fashion or a close fashion?
No, sir. I see no possible way for that.
And explain your conclusion in that regard to the jury, please. What factors weigh against that in your expert opinion?
Well, number one, I don't know of a way to mimic this blood evidence on this door, that pattern where that shot traveled through Paul's shoulder, into his jaw, into his brain, and then took a path up and placed the biological material here at the top of the door. If he was shot in the head, then you'd have biological material out here on the ground, or at least going down, on the sidewalk in front of him. And it would be different than just free pouring blood. You would see this pattern, and you would see those high velocity blood droplets there on the ground. And plus, the shooter would have to be on the roof to shoot down into him, but you wouldn't have this on the door.
In your expert opinion, did you see any support or evidence in this crime scene that could support that the injuries suffered by Paul were in any manner a suicide or self-inflicted?
I don't see the possibility, knowing that it's not a contact shotgun wound, and I'm fairly strong, and I'm bigger than Paul was, and I don't know of any way you could hold that shotgun out and shoot yourself in that direction at that angle and put that biological material on top of that door like that. I don't think it's possible.
All right, thank you. All right, I hate to keep sending you back and forth, but I'm going to send you back one more time. Now, let me ask you this. Excuse me. The second wound, the fatal wound that Paul suffered to his head, was that buckshot or was that birdshot?
The second wound was birdshot.
All right, and can you describe to the jury the difference between the composition of a buckshot round as it relates to the pellets and a birdshot round?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, please do that.
With buckshot, you've got a number of larger pellets, approximately 30, 36 caliber pellets, and you've got fewer of them. They're made for bringing down larger game. So in the typical double-aught buckshot, you're going to have 9 pellets. In your typical number 2, and it's called many things, the typical person calls it birdshot, chill shot, steel shot, coated shot. I've heard it called many things, so I just typically call it birdshot. But in this particular shot, there's approximately 150 to 156 pellets in that dry lock shot shell. So that's the difference. With the buckshot, you've got fewer and they're larger, and with the birdshot, you've got many and they're greater. They're for bringing down winged animals, squirrels, rabbits, dove, quail, turkey, duck. I mean, just depending on the number shot, that's what that's for.
All right, and about how many approximately birdshot might be in an average shotgun shell?
The literature says that it's 156 in a dry lock. I cut one open and I only counted 150, but that may have been human error.
Around 150?
Yes, sir.
In your expert opinion, when you have birdshot, is there a forensic value to collecting every single pellet, or can you explain those concepts to the jury when you're dealing with birdshot?
I always try to collect enough that the firearms examiner can weigh it, and he can have a good representative sample of what was used to cause this injury. With a projectile or a bullet, you have what's called lands and grooves, markings, rifling. Some people call it rifling, and it's caused from that projectile spinning as it goes down the barrel. You don't have that in a shotgun. And a pellet is so small that you probably couldn't find it if you could have it in a shotgun. So in my opinion, there's no forensic value as long as you have enough to determine what type of shot or what type of shell and the weight of it.
In your opinion, and you've talked about this, but was the shooter, when that fatal shot was fired, inside or outside of that door frame?
The second shot?
The second shot.
Yes, sir. It was outside the door frame.
All right. And where was that second shot shell located?
It was also located under the door.
All right. And is that still consistent with your opinion?
Absolutely.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Like I mentioned earlier, the ejection port on a shotgun, typically, now there are left-handed shotguns, but typically the majority of shotguns, the ejection port is on the right side. So as long as that shooter had it at an angle and had that ejection port pointed toward the door, even just the least little bit, that would give plenty of opportunity for that shot shell to be ejected and go inside that door.
All right. I know I just sent you back, and we'll bring you back down. I'm sorry. Before we move on from Paul, I would, and if you could just use me as a mannequin, but can you sort of describe to me your conclusions about the positioning of Paul when he suffered that fatal head wound, and just how the trajectory of that wound and that shot as you've described and as supported by the evidence as you see it?
Can I describe it and demonstrate?
Yes, please.
So jurors can see. The second wound, as I mentioned, went in.
Honestly, Dr. Kinsey continues to be one of the best witnesses I've ever seen. He's just so good. He's so good explaining it to the jury, talking to the jury. This is like what he's explaining is not easy concepts, I don't think. But he's just so good. He's just one of the best, if not best expert witness in any of the trials I've watched.
His arm and caused an injury here, a large entrance, and then of course exit here. So it had to be, typically with the kind of non-fatal wound Paul suffered to his chest and his arm, it's my belief that now his 5'8" frame is dipping or favoring that arm, because as you know, that's over 20-something entrances and exits. I believe it would have hurt him. I believe he would have been in pain, and I believe he would have been somewhat affected. And the reason I believe that is because I've got the 90-degree blood drops moving really, really slow. If he wasn't feeling it, or if it hadn't affected him in some way, I believe his youthfulness would have allowed him to get out of there faster. But he's moving real slow to the door. So that's going to drop that angle just a couple inches, and I can demonstrate now.
All right. If we can make sure that juror can see.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right.
That wound went in approximately right here. It traveled in, and out in a straight line. In a straight line. Shot always goes in a straight line.
And then when you're pressing the dial stick there, you're showing the trajectory of the wound, not implying that was a contact wound. Is that correct?
Sir, I'm not.
Just devastating. Devastating. A father to do that to his son just shows you what an absolute fucking piece of trash Alec Murdaugh. I mean, just...
I'm not implying it's contact. I'm just showing the level of the wound.
All right. While I'm thinking about it, the wound to Paul's chest, did it show evidence of stippling?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just very quickly, what is stippling?
Commonly referred to as tattooing. It's particles and material that's in that shell that don't burn up because it's superheated at the time that the powder charge ignites. It doesn't explode. It ignites and burns rapidly. And that's unburnt particles of powder and other contents of that shell. They're hot, and when they hit the body, they cause stippling, or in the old days, they called it tattooing. And that's basically what it is. It works as an ink.
Looking at this particular image, Paul's about 5 feet in the feed room when he suffers the first wound, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then he moves towards the door, is that correct?
That is correct.
And suffers the second wound somewhere near the door frame on the inside of it?
Yes,
correct?
sir, with his shoulder just outside that door frame.
And when he suffers that second wound, what happens to Paul?
He falls immediately.
And where does he fall?
He falls outside the feed room.
All right, let's move on now, and let's talk a little bit, if we can, about the injuries to Maggie Murdaugh. And if you could, start out by reminding...
All right, we are up to 1840. 1840. And the latest donation from Jennifer, Madeline, Christine, Madeline, Jennifer with the last 3 donations. Thank you so much, guys. We are up to 1860. 1860. I just updated. So Jennifer, Madeline, and Christine, thank you so much.
The jury of the injuries that she suffered, and then let's talk about your conclusions as to the manner and the order in which those were suffered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you could just remind us again of those injuries, and if you could go ahead and describe them in the order that your expert opinion they were suffered.
Yes, sir. Miss Maggie Murdaugh suffered 3 non-fatal injuries from a firearm. One was through her wrist. One was her left upper thigh above the knee. One was at her abdomen here, and it exited somewhere around her kidneys. Now, I'm not that kind of doctor. I can't tell you all the damage it did inside, all those organs and things, but it ran a straight line through her body. This one on her left leg and this one on her midsection were approximately the same angle, and they were really, really close in distance. One had stippling that said that it was a foot closer than the other, but that would probably fit.
Dizzy says, I find it so difficult to understand shooting his own family to get out of trouble. Cindy says, we normies can rarely understand a motive for murder. To me, what I think, I agree. Like, he had, to me, I think what happened was Paul said some shit to him, and he was and he was on fucking drugs. He probably would have done it sober anyway. But, Paul, for all of us who have teenagers or younger kids, I don't think he was a teenager, he was a little bit older, but whatever age he was, he said some fucking shit to him. And he was already a fucking pain in the ass to everyone, Paul. And I just think Paul said some shit to him, and he's like, and he just fucking lost it. Just lost it. Where, a regular person would be like, go to your fucking room or do something. And I just feel like Paul must have said some shit to him, and he fucking lost his mind. And then, Maggie saw it, and he couldn't have a witness to it. He just went into a blind rage because I that's just my thought. What do I know? That's just my theory, is that just Paul was just being and probably the entire day or days leading up to it, Paul was just being shitty. And he's in this situation in the first place with the boat crash. That's why he's already in this the situation he's in. And Paul was just running at the mouth at him. What do I know? It's just my theory, but he was already a fucking spoiled brat that did whatever the fuck he wanted. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, he was already he already had some, you could tell he had Timmy when he would drink or whatever.
This was either a total separate, non-fatal wound, or it could have been a continuation of one of the 2 fatal wounds. Her fatal wounds were, she had an abrasion or a burn on the left side of her abdomen from the outside in. That bullet followed a straight path. It entered the end of her breast and did extensive damage to the end of her breast, entered her left jaw, side of her face area, and went into her brain. That's the first fatal injury. And it was immediate, and she dropped right where she was at. I saw no evidence that her body had been manipulated, moved, or rolled over. The second fatal injury was down into her head, and it actually did what in the day they call a keyhole injury just from appearances. The entrance and exit in the top of her head were so close it made one big injury, and then it entered into her upper shoulders and went down into her body. That would have also been a fatal wound, but it was second. In my opinion, that one came second.
So basically, correct me if I'm wrong, he shoots her a few times as she's running away, and then he stands over her head and shoots her in the head. Is that, if I remember correctly, that's what we're saying.
All right, let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. Those first 2 wounds that you described, you believe those are the first 2 wounds she suffered?
Yes, sir, and possibly 3. I can't tell you much about this because the arm could have been moving or it could have been here. All
right, well, let's talk about the thigh wound and the abdomen wound. Did you have any conclusions about the location of the shooter as those 2 wounds were suffered?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please.
Right there. All right. Left leg out a little bit. About here and here. Here and here.
And in your opinion, were those 2 shots fired in fairly quick succession or around the same time?
I think it would have been really, really difficult to get a similar angle if they weren't. All the shooter had to do is raise the weapon or lower the weapon, and you're still on the same plane.
And did those wounds to the abdomen and to the thigh reflect the presence of stippling?
They did.
And what does that indicate to you about the distance between Maggie and the shooter when those wounds were suffered?
I guess 4 or 5 feet.
Okay. Fairly close?
Yes, sir.
All right. And after those 2 wounds were suffered, and again, we'll put aside the wrist wound for a bit, what would have happened after that in your expert opinion?
In my opinion, at bare minimum, she would have been over. She would have been in pain. I believe sometime in close proximity, she fell to the ground, and that's when the first fatal wound was delivered.
Would she have been prone on the ground or still somewhat raised above the ground or in a bent over position when that first fatal wound was suffered?
In my opinion, from the angle, she would have been on her knees and had at least one hand on the ground.
Those first two shots, well, let me ask you this. There were obviously 6 shell cases of 300 blackout that were used to murder Maggie Murdaugh found at the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Explain to the jury, what conclusions, if any, can you draw about the location of those shell cases, if any? Explain that to the jury a little bit.
Once again, just like with the shotgun, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think there are many left-handed AR platforms. So generally speaking, the ejection port's going to be on the right side. I own 7. Some of them throw it, the shell casing a little bit forward, some throw it a little bit back, some throw it perfect 90 degrees to the ejection port. If they were always uniform where they come out, if you go target practice, you could place a bucket there and all your shell casings would drop in the bucket. You wouldn't have to bend over and pick up your shell cases. Unfortunately, that's not the real world. So I don't put a lot into that unless I have the actual weapon, and we can test the weapon with the same ammunition, and you can generally get an idea of where that shell casing is going to go. So no, sir, I don't pay a lot of attention to it, and I definitely don't think the sequence of from one end to the other or from this end to this end means that's necessarily the movement of the shooter.
Gotcha. All right. You said that when she suffered that first fatal wound, in your opinion, I mean, she would have been over and perhaps been on her hands and knees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to get down on my hands and knees, and if you could come around here and kind of show me where the trajectory of that wound would have gone, the first wound that was fatal for Maggie Murdaugh. I guess you can come behind me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Right here. The shooter was right here, approximately right here.
All right. And show us the trajectory as it went through Maggie into her brain.
Yes. It burnt or grazed her stomach outside to inside, went through the end of her breast, into her jaw, and then into her brain.
Okay. And what would have been the effect on her once that shot was suffered?
She would have immediately fell down with the front of her body.
All right.
And that is the position her arms were in the original crime scene photograph.
And while I'm down here so I don't have to get up again, tell me about the fatal shot and the positioning of the shooter as the evidence indicates to you.
The second shot was not as close, but it still wasn't a long distance. It was approximately here, into the crown of the head.
And use the dowel stick to show that injury that Maggie suffered.
In, out, in that line.
Thank you. We need to go to the dry cleaner after this. All right. The first shot, the first fatal shot, that would have immediately been fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The second shot also would have been fatal had she still been living, but in your opinion, she was not at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
She may have had a sign of life, but there was no movement. She was not capable of any movement at that time.
All right. Go ahead and have a seat for me. Of course, as soon as I say that to you, I'm sure probably going to have to get back to that. Let me talk about something else real quick before we come back to this.
Be right back. I gotta let Prudence inside.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 541 and see if you recognize this document. I'll bring it back to you. Get hold of it.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell the jury generally what this document is, please.
That is a comparison and presentation that I put together over an unidentified impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would move States 541 into evidence under seal.
Okay.
Submitted without objection.
If we could make sure the monitors are secured, please. All right, I'm gonna. Are all the monitors secured? We're good. All right. I'm gonna put States 541 up on the screen. I'm sorry. We're good. I got thumbs up. Court ticket, correct? Right. Moving 541 and putting it up on the screen. If you could tell me, first of all, what do we see here before we get to your analysis on this particular issue?
This is a general photograph of an impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Okay. And do we also see a wound on this picture?
You can see the exit wound from that thigh wound that I described earlier.
All right. And what, if anything, did you notice about or conclude from the sort of the blood pattern on the back of her thigh there?
She stood a little while. I can't tell you how much time, just like with Paul, but she was standing after she suffered that thigh wound because the blood is running down the leg, and gravity always pulls it to the earth.
All right. And then, I sent you back there. I'm going to just bring you back on down. I'm sorry about that. Bring the stick. If you would, and again, make sure you're out of the way of the jurors. Was there any sort of mark or any sort of mud mark on the back of her leg?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, and point that out to the jury, please.
Right here, an unknown impression on her leg.
Okay. And did you engage in an analysis of that particular impression?
I did, yes, sir.
All right, you just stay there. I think it's probably easier than sending you back. I'm going to move to the next slide. And just tell me what this is, if you would, please.
That is the same impression, unknown impression. I've just cropped everything out so you can concentrate on the actual impression.
All right. Moving on to the third page of this exhibit. What is this?
This is a side-by-side all-terrain vehicle that was in close proximity to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, where her final spot where they located her, and this is in close proximity to where she was located.
All right, stand by for me real quick.
All right, we are up to 1860. Oh, did I already say everyone for 1860? Oh, I think I did all right. Sorry.
I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State 70 and State 71. And can you tell me what these images reflect?
That is that Polaris ATV side-by-side that I mentioned.
All right, and generally remind the jury where this was located.
Miss Murdaugh was laying face down. That was to her left, underneath a overhang or a I don't know what you call it, a shed that was attached to that airplane hangar. A lean-to. That's the word I was trying to think of.
All right. And do you see any indication of any biological material in the crime scene images that were taken of that Polaris?
That was my first indicator. That's what made me concentrate on a specific tire. Yes, sir.
And let me see how washed out that is, if I can maybe fix it. And can you point out an example of what you're talking about on that image?
Yes, sir, I can.
And I can bring you the original image if that's better.
Right here, we've got some kind of biological material, and I'll tell you the reason I believe that to be so. Like I said, blood has a viscosity or a cohesive factor to it. That's why a blood drop stays together. You know, if you throw a drop of water on a tire, what's going to happen? It's going to run down. But here, and actually here on the front of that four-wheeler, in my opinion, that's some type of biological material.
All right. Do one other thing. Let me slide by you real quick. All right, looking now at fence 29. Again, if you could, just this is the feed room right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And just if you could, just point to the general location of this ATV and where it was located in the crime scene.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right here in this area.
All right, and that would be, again, on this is not to scale, but that would be at least on this diagram where Maggie was, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's our approximate location.
All right. Looking at going back to this particular slide and your analysis of this tire, if you would explain a little bit about what you see here and what an examiner looks at in looking at sort of this particular tire as it relates to your analysis.
Yes, sir. What we look at it as footwear and tire tread or tire track examiners, we look at the actual tread pattern and design of that tire or that shoe. And there are a couple different conclusions you can come up with. We compare known and unknown. It's not like you see on TV where you take a picture of a shoe and feed it into a computer. Some people have footwear databases, but it still has to be examined by a human. There's no magic machine. If it is, I've never seen it. What we look at the dimensions of the tread pattern. We look at the shape, the sole, the outsole design, the tread design, the measurements, and we try to find class characteristics. That's shape, size, sometimes depth, or the physical properties included in that pattern. And then to make a complete identification, that's a class characteristic. That's saying there's an association, either this shoe or this tire could have made this unknown impression, or another one just like it could have made this unknown impression. So that's a class or an association. Then you got an identification. That's where you say, to the exclusion of all others, this shoe or this tire made this print. Now, to make an actual complete identification to the exclusion of all others, you've either got to have what's called a random unique characteristic, a thumbtack in the bottom of someone's shoe, bubble gum, damage to the tread pattern on that tire. You know, you hit something and it cut a tread pattern. So that's pretty difficult unless you have the actual tire, the actual shoe, and then you take it and compare it to the unknown. And what you'll do is take that tire, and three-dimensional comparisons are always better than two-dimensional. Two-dimensional is a photograph. You can't tell depth. If you have the actual cast of that footprint or that tire, now you've got three-dimensional. You've got the width, the length, and the depth. So it's a little bit better to have a three-dimensional to compare with, but you can do a lot with the two-dimensional. If you can get it scaled to the size, you can associate it with another thing. You're looking for them unique random characteristics. They call them accidentals. It's something that happens by accident, just because of the way you walk, the way you drive, what you might hit. And that's what you look at when you do a tire or footwear impression analysis.
All right, I'm going to move on now to the next page in your exhibit, and tell the jury what these two images are, please.
Yes, sir. This is the unknown impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf, and this is the photograph of the known front driver's side tire of that side-by-side.
All right, and when you were starting to compare these two, did you have to make any account for the relationship of Maggie's thigh and this ATV tire?
I did.
Now explain that to the jury, please.
Just like if
I honestly think it might have been the closed captioning. Since I've turned off the closed captioning, it hasn't frozen. Sorry for folks. Maybe you can turn it on your own stream, but I think that's what was causing the freezing, because since I've turned it off, I haven't had an issue.
You're driving in your car and an ambulance comes up behind you and you look in the rear view mirror, you can read ambulance. But if you look at the front of that ambulance, it's written backwards because you're looking through a mirror. Well, with a shoe, a tire, or Miss Maggie Murdaugh's leg, you can't see through her leg. You can't see through the tire. So you have to flip one of them or the other. So flipping the tire, in my opinion, because it has some characteristics on it that I wanted the reader to be able to look at, I chose to flip the impression on her leg to do the comparison. Because unless you do footwear and tire tread examinations, you're not going to be able to look at something in reverse and find those points.
So this is the original orientation, is that correct?
It is, yes, sir.
And then flipping over to your next slide, that's where you've reversed the image, is that correct?
Same photograph. I just pulled it over. In the old days with 35 millimeter film, and I'm from the old days, we just flipped the negative. That's all you had to do. It's a little bit more complicated in the digital world, but not that hard to do. But this is a direct representation. It's just in reverse.
All right. Continuing on as we go through your analysis, what does this reflect?
This is just a side-by-side so you can understand the orientation. Here, 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 and here. Those are the two treads that we're talking about now.
All right.
And by the way, those on the tire are the only treads at that level on her calf that I believe needed to be examined.
All right, and again, these are just additional images illustrating what you were focusing on in your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this one right here?
Yes, sir. That's a side-by-side view once again, with all the background cut out of it.
All right, and then the final one, is this, explain this to the jury and how this supports your opinion.
This is my actual comparison, and we use a process called ACE-V, where you analyze, compare, evaluate, and verify. It's a peer-reviewed process. I never go by just my results. I always have another competent examiner with like experience, and like skills, look at my work, because if you're going to make a mistake, that's where the mistake's found. You don't want to put a conclusion out for something important and you miss that. And that is a very important process in the examination world, that you use peer-reviewed process. You have someone else look at it. And so what I do, so that person and the jury in the court, Your Honor, so that person can look at these details. I've got a markup here showing some unique random characteristics that I've used, but I also put the actual impression there so you can make your own decision. I didn't want to look like I was being deceptive and put enhancements in there and point things. You can look at it and make your own conclusion. But I wanted to put it right next to mine so you know I'm being straight here, or you can make your own opinion.
All right, very quickly, is it your expert opinion that this mark on the back of Maggie's leg is a tire impression and not anything else?
That is a tire tread impression. That is my opinion.
All right, now I see you have a number of arrows here that have different colors, and so I'd like to move through those and you explain what you're pointing to with those arrows in this image, okay?
Absolutely.
Let's start with the baby blue one, and tell the jury what that indicates to you.
Now you're going to have to tell me, because I can't tell shading from up here. Right. Okay, the top one.
Yep.
Yes, sir. All right, here you've got your unknown impression. You see that in there? Here you got your unknown impression, and what I pointed here is at the start of that impression, and it's in mud, by the way. It's in mud, and so it's really, really fragile, but it's still here. You got an unknown impression, and here's approximately where it starts in the unknown, and here is where it starts in the known. And you can look at both, the marked up one and the actual impression itself. All right, and it's here.
All right, and then moving on to this one right here, kind of we got a purple one, and then kind of that.
Yes, sir. I see
whatever
it.
That one is, but explain to the jury what you're seeing there and how that supports your conclusion.
Right here is the other side of that tread, and this tread is this tread is this tread. Those two are the same, and right here you can see it come up, and it actually makes a complete corner there. Comes up and it curves out just a little bit there.
All right, and is that consistent with the sort of unique shape of that top tire?
Yes, sir, it is. Right here, and then it comes up. Now it's exaggerated a little bit in the drawing, but that's the best I could do with a stylist trying to get it there.
And are those very distinct patterns that you see in the mud that match up with that particular tire?
Yes, sir. Not so much the corner there, but these in here are. You can see a unique random characteristic here, and all that is a void pattern in the mud. You can also see it here. I mean, almost perfect. You can see one here where the yellow area is. You can see it here. It's right there.
All right, you're kind of doing a little mountain or a little hump. Expand on that with the jury. Why is that why is that significant to you?
Because that's not in the process of making the tire. That's because whoever drove that side by side last hit some dirt or some mud, and that is a pattern that's left in mud on the tire. And in my opinion, it transferred to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's calf.
All right, and show the jury where you're talking about the little hump on
yes,
this
sir.
image right here. If you could show it.
It's marked with a yellow arrow, and here it is, right here. I've marked it there, but you can look at the one that's not marked, and you can also see it here.
All right, talking about this bottom impression, we got a white arrow to that line right there. Explain that to the jury. What's significant in your analysis of it?
I marked that because unless you examine, unless you got really, really good eyesight, you might not even pick up on that. But here, you've only got a partial line. The whole line didn't.
Whoa. We're up to 1900, folks. We're up to 1900. Tina. Thank you so much, Tina. $40. Thank you, Tina. We're almost there, folks. We're almost at, we were at 1,000, so this is just bonus. You guys are awesome. This is going to help a lot of people. It really is.
Didn't show through in the transfer of the mud or dirt or debris. And I kept myself honest. I only highlighted the length of that, but you can also see it here and here. You can see that side of that tread, that tire tread.
All right. And moving on now to this green one right here, and kind of green to the baby blue to that blue, just kind of going around there. If you could explain that to the jury and its significance, if any, to your analysis.
It's just a continuation, and there's a little break in there, but they're still the same angle, same lines, and they match up, and that's just because the dirt didn't transfer completely. But you got plenty of skeletonized line here to show the outline of that tread here, here, and here, and that's here, here, and here.
In your opinion, that's a tire impression, is that correct?
That is a tire impression. That's my opinion.
And in your opinion, based on these very significant mirror images and accidentals and that sort of thing, is that most likely that specific tire tread that's on the back of
It is most likely that tire. If it's not that tire, it's a similar tire with the same tread design.
And that particular tire was in close proximity to where Maggie was found, correct?
In close proximity.
Looking at how you had Maggie in that first shot, I think you had me kind of angled a little bit like that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if she was angled that way near that front tire, would she be facing towards the feed room?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are those two shots that were suffered in the abdomen and the thigh, are those consistent with the shooter coming from the direction of the feed room?
Certainly could be. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and have a seat for me if you would. I'm sure I'll have you back up. All right. Additionally, with this particular tire tread impression on the back of Maggie's calf, is that consistent with her running into it or backing up into it with her calf hitting that tire as it was parked there?
Leading, I've not. This is my first leading objection on this, but I object. Leading.
I'll rephrase it. All right. Let me ask you this: with this particular tire impression and what you see on Maggie's calf, is there a reason?
I mean, I'm just thinking about how this was basically like it was like a month-long trial. Like it was like 25 days, however many days. And if that moron, Becky Hill, that shit she did is going to have to, I mean, I think he'll be found guilty again. Plus, I mean, the time he has to serve because of all the financial shit. But it's just crazy to think that because that idiot did all that shit, that they're going to have to do an entire new trial. I mean, how much did the first trial cost? I can't even imagine. They're going to have to do a whole new one. It's so insane.
Explanation as to how that impression got on her calf.
At some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf made contact with the inside of that front driver's side tire, or one just like it, and I saw no evidence that she was run over. So she had to make contact at some point in time.
Gotcha. All right. Hold on for me 1 second. I've just got a few more matters. Show you and want you to be careful. This one will be under seal. So can we secure the monitors, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542 and see if you recognize this image.
I do.
All right, and just generally tell the jury what that is.
It's a cell phone sitting up on the back right-hand side pocket of the victim, Paul Murdaugh.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd move Stage 542 into evidence under seal.
Yes, Your Honor. That's admitted.
All right, are the monitors secured? I'm going to put this image up on the screen. All right, and again, is this your understanding of how Paul's phone was found at the crime scene?
It is.
All right. And did you make any assessment or analysis of whether or not Paul's phone could have popped out and be found in that position?
I did.
All right, and can you relate that to the jury, please?
It's my opinion that his phone was placed there by someone else.
All right, and tell the jury your basis for that conclusion, please.
Well, after I mentioned the fatality, the fatal shot, at that point in time you have no movement, even involuntary movement, and there's no way Paul could have retrieved that phone from his pocket and placed it on top the back of his pants.
Right. And in your opinion, if he had been carrying that in his hand, could it have landed in that fashion following the fatal shot he suffered to his head?
Mathematically, you could have made it happen, but I don't believe it's possible. I believe the phone would have fell to the ground and it wouldn't have fell behind him up in the air and landed on him.
A couple other things. You testified about your experience in crime scene and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any forensic value in a residence belonging to certain family members and doing any sort of DNA swabs of the bathroom sink or the shower drain or anything like that?
If it's an unknown person, maybe, but not if someone lives there. I see very little forensic value in that.
And why is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
Because we as humans, we swap, we lose biological material every day. We brush our teeth, or we should. We brush our teeth and we shampoo and we wash, and there's commonly blood and other bodily fluids in our drains, in our tub drains, and generally everywhere except in the toilet bowl.
Generally?
Generally, yes, sir, under black light.
You've talked about your experience and your certifications with firearms, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you own yourself any AR-style platform rifles?
I have 7 complete rifles, and I also own a couple strip lowers that I'm just holding for a rainy day.
Gotcha. And what are those chambered in?
223-556.
In the AR platform, is that the most common chambering for an AR platform?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Do you personally own a 300 Blackout?
I do not, but I have trained and shot a 300 Blackout.
And why do you have 223 instead of 300 Blackout?
The cartridges were a little bit more difficult. Well, they were a lot more difficult to find during COVID, and they are a lot more expensive than 223 and 556.
300 Blackout pretty loud?
I think they're all loud, yes, sir. I have to wear hearing protection around my rifles.
300 Blackout louder than a shotgun?
Absolutely. I don't wear hearing protection when I hunt. I'm an avid hunter, but I have to wear hearing protection with my rifle.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Right about now is when Becky went to the jury and was like, hey, this guy's guilty as shit, am I right? I can never tell if it's a replay. This says earlier today. It's obviously
immediately.
You may bring the jury.
There it is. There it is. Look at his little smile. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yes.
Dr. Kinsey, I just have a few more questions on direct examination. Did you see any evidence or anything that would reflect a struggle between Paul and the shooter?
I did not.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Typically, if when you observe defensive wounds, what's called defensive wounds, you would see signs of a struggle. I saw none on Miss Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh in any of the autopsy or crime scene photos.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Please, Your Honor.
All right, we're not going to watch this idiot's cross. Should I go directly to Alec's testimony, or should I do someone else? You know what people asked for? I got a few comments for. Jeannie Seckinger. Is that her name? Seckinger? The woman who found out that he was cooking the books. I got a few. Let me ask you guys. Let me do a poll. Start a poll. Who next? Buster, Jeannie. I'm gonna. Whoops. All right, I just started a poll. What do you guys? Your mom currently in the lead. Jeannie Seckinger beating your mom. I mean, you guys are going to have to give me your mom's phone number if you really want her to be next. I'll have to give her a call. Oh, yeah, Alex stole it. Not my mom, your mom. Looks like Jeannie's in the lead here. Let's see if I can find it. Wait, why does she have two different... Was she there for that long?
My name is Jeannie Seckinger.
The fact that it wasn't Megan Mullally in the show is really terrible casting. If there's anyone that this should have been, it should have been Meg Mullally. That's her name, right? Ron Swanson's wife in real life.
Seckinger.
Ms. Seckinger, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Awesome. Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Could just kind of introduce yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina. Graduated from Wayne Hampton. Went to the University of South Carolina, where I got my BS in accounting. After that, I worked a number of years in public accounting. Then I transferred into as a financial analyst with Westinghouse in Hampton. And after the birth of my second child, I stayed home and worked for my husband just a few years. And in 1999, I came to work with the firm on a part-time basis, doing some special projects, and have not left. And that job has grown since that time, till I was over all the business aspects and financial aspects of the law firm.
All right. Which law firm are you talking about?
Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsdorf, Dietrich.
Is that PMPED?
That's correct.
Is that what the firm is currently known, or is it known by a different name?
We are now a separate
Steve.
entity
What up,
that
Steve?
we've reorganized as Parker Law Group, LLP.
And do you know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, over there?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify him, please?
He's in the blue jacket and white shirt sitting between Jim and Dick.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant? Yes. Was he a partner in the law firm you're speaking of?
Steve, I got my green screen, but I didn't get a big enough size. I mean, so you can I'm kind of learning. I mean, it kind of blocks out everything, but still learning how to use it.
Is he a partner anymore?
No.
And we're going to talk about some of those things, the reasons for that here today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you, Steve. Let me see what the food drive is at. We're at 1960. Colleen, $10. Penny, $50. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, so I'm going to call it PMPED, what we're talking about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, well, tell me, you talked a little bit about your role in PMPED. What would you consider your role, or how would you define your role, particularly as we're moving into June of 2021?
At that point, I would be CFO/COO, basically overall office management and all financial affairs of the office, over hiring and firing, HR, just any, like I said, any business aspect of the firm.
So CFO, that means what?
Chief Financial Officer.
And COO, that means what?
Chief Operating Officer. And so I kind of combine those jobs.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm not.
Are you an accountant?
I am.
Do you have a CPA?
I do.
You said you started working for the firm when?
August of '99.
And then when was Alec working there at that time, the defendant?
I think Alec came to work the year after me.
Okay. Did you know him prior to that?
I did. I've known Alec since I was 16 years old in high school.
Y'all went to high school together?
We did. He's a few years behind me, but we were in the same school.
And you worked with Alec at the law firm up until September of 2021?
I did.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the law firm itself. And Tell me a little bit about the financial structure of the law firm. How does it work that fees come into the law firm, and how do they get dispersed at the end of the year? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
Yes. So every fee that any attorney makes is property of the law firm. It comes into the law firm and goes into the law firm's accounts, and it is sitting in kind of what we call a holding account that we just amass the money. We have another account called the operating account that we use to pay the daily bills of the law firm, wages, insurance, office supplies, etc.
Dizzy just said 6-7 mods, please. No, it's not your fault, Steve. I bought the wrong one. I didn't buy the one that you had sent. It's my fault, not yours, Steve. Mods, blocks Dizzy for saying 6-7, please.
Each attorney in the law firm is also an employee of the law firm. They receive a paycheck just like most people do, with W-2 taxes taken out and W-2 at the end of the year. When we get to the end of the year, we figure the net profit of the law firm, basically everything brought in and everything paid out to date. And we distribute that money based off a ratio of what that attorney brought in to total. So if an attorney brought in 10%, he's going to get roughly 10% of the net income at the end of the year. And we do that in the form of a bonus one time at the end of the year.
When is that bonus typically paid?
That bonus is typically paid the last week of December every year.
And is that for most cases, and most of the partners, as we're going to call them in the law firm, is that the vast majority of their compensation of the year, is getting it all in one lump sum at the end of the year in December?
That's correct. They receive a salary of $125 through the year that they're paid every 2
Amanda, a bow for 11 months. Thank you, Amanda.
weeks, but the vast majority of their money comes in that one bonus check.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was a salary. Looking back at June of 2021, what were the partners in the law firm, what were they getting as a salary?
Well, we have... Steve, it's fine. It's actually working. It's working all right. I just should have got a little bit bigger, but, like, it's working. We did it, folks. We not only did we beat the $1,000 goal, we just beat the $2,000 goal. I think Bill just sent $100. Thank you, Bill. And my mom just sent $50. We're at $20.60, destroying the initial 1,000 goal. Now we beat the 2,000 goal. You guys are simply amazing. I'm just gonna put this up. We don't have to. I'm just gonna do it so it's there. But you guys are amazing. Thank you, everybody.
$125,000 a year.
All right, $125,000, and that was broken up into checks like
26 times a year. Yes.
Okay. And then, so that has to be accounted for before the bonuses are paid.
Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Salaries not only for the partners, but also for all the other employees.
That's correct, all staff.
All right, and is there other overhead that has to be accounted for out of the fees before that bonus can be paid?
Yes, all the other overhead is the basic operating expenditures like I discussed: rent for the building, insurance coverage for the employees, office supplies, case costs that we advance for our clients. We pay things as we go during the case. We pay experts, record fees. All of that is part of overhead. So after everything that's paid, everything brought in, after everything that's paid out is what we call that net income that we distribute.
Is there some sort of 7.5% fund or offset that has to be accounted for as well before the bonus is paid?
There is. We have what we call a 7.5% kind of profit sharing, and everybody takes their gross fees less their portion of overhead. We take overhead and divide it by the number of partners. And so you would take, let's just going to use numbers. If your gross fees were $100,000.
Persephone is not the only person. I actually wanted to bring this up. Persephone is not the only person who was, subscribed that this is affecting. It's affecting. There were other comments that I got. Someone else had commented, I'm one of the people losing EBT tomorrow. Thanks for helping. This was on my post. Someone said, thank you for bringing attention to this. My brother is an adult with special needs, and he relies on what little money he's given on SNAP benefits to buy groceries. I try to supplement his income as much as I can because his SSI SSD benefits barely cover his living expenses. It's a damn shame when disabled people in this country can barely get by. Someone said, been working at my local food bank for years. I'm in charge of getting donors. It's really harder and harder to get people to donate. It hurts my heart. So this is awesome. Thank you, guys.
and your overhead was $50,000, you have a net of $50,000. And we take 7.5% of that and put it in a pot and divide it back evenly in between everybody. And that purpose is meant to cover when somebody has a high year or a low year. It kind of helps people out and it helps account for differences in expenses between each attorney.
So all of that has to be taken.
And I also got I got some of these fucking comments. It's like, I'm not gonna do anything because this is what people voted for, or, well, you know, because I made a video about how like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and George Soros, they don't fucking pay taxes, and I got people who are like, well, you see, Elon Musk, he did this thing where he took this money out of the stock, so that's why he didn't have to pay the taxes, because that's a good idea. Fuck, like, if you are simping for billionaires in the year of Larry David 2025, get it fucking together. Fucking billionaires. As Babe said, you're much closer to having to be on Snap than you are to being a fucking billionaire. Like, fuck these corporations. Fuck the politicians who are in these corporations' pockets. Fuck the billionaires. Like, and I just, it drives me crazy because, like, I don't understand how some people who won the sperm lottery, who've never had to deal with a situation where they might need help, can't get it in their brain to maybe think of what it might be like to need help. It drives me fucking crazy that you can't have an ounce of empathy for, like, what people go through. It makes me so fucking mad.
Care of before the bonus is paid out to the partners at the end of the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then whatever money is left over is divided up based on the percentage of the fees that particular partner brought in of the whole for the year. Is that
That's correct.
So if you had a better year, you're going to get a little bit more than somebody who didn't have as good a year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Over time, being the CFO, did Alec Murdaugh have a very lucrative practice?
He did.
Were there times where his bonus was high six figures?
Definitely.
Were there times his bonus was seven figures?
There has been.
And was it typical for the vast majority of his compensation to be in that one-time bonus at the end of the year as opposed to the $125,000 salary?
Yes, his and everybody else's.
That $125,000 salary for these individuals was a fairly small part of the compensation.
Correct.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned is that at the very beginning, as you said, all fees belong to the firm. Is that right?
That is right.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 310 to your testimony real quick and see if you can recognize this particular document.
I do. This is the employment agreement that each of the attorneys in the firm sign.
All right. Take that back real quick. Can I have the element, please? 310. I would offer 310 at this time of notice.
No additional objection, Chairman.
It's admitted.
Anybody just want to do that real quick? Let's try it again. All right. So is this Exhibit 310, is this the first page of that agreement?
Yes.
All right, and on your little screen up there, can you read that all right?
Yes.
Okay. If we look at talking about employer and employees, now we've been talking about the law firm partners, but in the agreement, what are they referred to as?
They're actually shareholders. So we refer to them as partners in the fact that they all work together and support each other. But because of the type of tax entity we are, they're shareholders. It's just a legal and accounting determination. But in fact, you'll see them referred to as shareholders.
All right, but in this agreement, they're called employees, correct?
That's correct.
Now, just real quick, you talked about paying out the bonus at the end of the year, and that's where the vast majority of compensation for the partners goes out. Is there a tax reason for that? Do y'all clear the books at the end of the year?
We do clear the books at the end of the year. We function as a C corporation, which means any money that's left in that C corporation would pay a tax too. So to avoid double taxation, we pass that money down to the partners to the best of our ability.
All right, and so do you try to zero out the books?
We do.
All right, and that's to avoid taxing on anything that remained in the firm accounts?
Correct.
So let me ask you this. If the firm essentially zeroes out the books by paying these bonuses to all the partners at the end of the year, how do you operate in the few, January and February where we're at now before fees start to come in? What money do you use to do that?
So typically, a group of partners will go in and loan money back to the firm to cover our first couple months of operating expenses. And as we recover money through the year, we'll pay them back and pay them off. So we're basically starting at almost a negative by borrowing that money.
All right, and so some of the partners will loan money to the firm to operate.
Wow, we're at 2110. Is that where we were at before, or? No, my bad. I think that's where we were at.
Until there's enough fees that come in to generate enough money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do the partners have to do that, or is that something they can do if they want?
That's something that they can do if they want.
Was Alec one to ever do that?
Alec never did that.
He never did that. Okay. Before we go on back to this agreement, let me ask you a little bit. As far as the firm accounts, you mentioned there's an operating account, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a client trust account, correct?
That's correct.
Trust account.
Trust account.
Tell me what the client trust account was, please.
So the trust account is a fiduciary account, meaning that we have the responsibility to maintain and safeguard. It's where the account, whenever a case settles, that the money that is paid from the insurance company or individual from the defendant is put into that client trust account. And that is also where the money is dispersed out to any clients or any lien holders or anything to do with that disbursement. It's also where we collect our fees and expenses from.
Thanks, Mom.
Are there legal obligations and money in the client trust account to ensure that that money only goes to the legitimate places it's supposed to go?
That's correct.
And if the law firm wins a case, whether by settlement or by trial, any recovery they get, does it go in that trust account first before the law firm gets paid?
Everything does, yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to exhibits, the employment agreement, I believe, is exhibit 310. And right here in line 3, right there, can you read that to the jury, please?
Services for the benefit of employer. All professional services rendered by the employee shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
All right, and this is the agreement signed by all the partners, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2021, it was signed by Alec Murdaugh, correct?
Correct.
And all the years prior, correct?
Correct.
And what does that provision mean? Explain that again to the jury.
That means that any work they do providing legal services and any money earned by them belongs to the law firm, not the partner to the law firm, and should run through the law firm's books
It has to go through the law firm's books before it can.
Correct.
And then they have to wait till the end of the year for it to be accounted for after paying all the overhead and the salary and the 7.5 and all the rest of it.
That's correct.
If a law partner were to divert fees to himself personally and not send them to the law firm, what would that be?
Stealing.
Stealing. Okay. All right. Tell me a little bit, if you would, about the management structure of the law firm. How does it work? Just very quickly.
So each attorney, apparently, they all have equal authority and equal choice. But basically, we'll have a little committee each year that we can go to with day-to-day issues and make some basic decisions that are then gone on and voted by the whole firm. I report directly to each and every attorney. So I would handle day-to-day obligations within certain authorities, and if I had an issue, then I would go to this committee or somebody who is present, because a lot of times attorneys are out of the building traveling and hard, and it would kind of go up the rank from there.
Okay. Was Alec very involved in the actual management of the firm?
No.
Were other partners more involved in the management of the firm?
Yes.
Tell me, what was your observation of Alec as a lawyer in the office? What was your observations and characterization?
Alec kept different hours than a lot of the rest of us. He came in and he would work late. Always loud, always busy, always in a rush. He had the gift of gab, but he'd always seemed last minute and hurried and frenetic.
Okay. Always last minute and frenetic?
Yes.
What about his cell phone use? How was he with the cell phone?
Constantly on the phone.
Constantly on the phone. What were your observations of him as a lawyer?
I think Alec was successful more, not from his work ethic, but from his ability to establish relationships and to manipulate people into settlements and clients into liking him. So he did it through the art of bullshit, basically.
That can be an art.
Mm-hmm.
Did he, in your estimation, in your judgment, was he more of a technical type lawyer, or was he one that really understood how to use the emotion of a case?
He would use the emotion of a case and the emotion of his clients.
Did he understand the emotional value that the sympathies of a case could have?
I would.
Your Honor, he's asked her to testify as what he understands, what's in his mind. I object.
I sustain the objection.
With Alec's your observations of Alec as a lawyer, what skills did you see in how he was able to value a case?
I would think that he was able to read the client. And it seemed he always got higher settlements than it looks like they should appear going back when we reviewed everything. So I think that he used his personality more than technical skill. I think that, we look back and we see things that were manipulated and set up, and I believe he did that a lot with his clients as well.
Thank you, Kat.
You mentioned, did Alec get good results? Did the defendant get good results?
It appeared that they usually did, yes.
Thank you, Evan.
Very lucrative
Let's
results?
check it
Yes.
out. Oh, and Kat became a beau. Welcome, Kat Not Williams. Check out her channel, which is a great channel as well. If one of the mods has it and could share it, she has a great channel. I was watching Julio Fulio yesterday in there, and she taught me how to put CC on the screen. So thank you for sharing and joining, and we are up to $22.35. Evan, $75. Katrina, $50. Thank you guys so much. You guys are just simply the best. Thank you so much. And again, where is the thing? I said this in the beginning, but what was I going to say? Just $1 can provide at least 10 meals to kids, families, and individuals facing hunger. And we are at $22.35. Amazing. Just amazing.
Did you have any observations in working with Alec for 20-some odd years about his memory?
I think that looking back, where I thought he was chaotic and didn't remember things or kind of got bored with details sometimes and wouldn't finish things off, I really think looking back, as we've gone back and pieced together a lot of this, that we saw where he would tell people.
You know, one thing I wanted to talk about with Snap too is I saw some stat like 80% or something like that of the people who are on Snap have jobs. Like, it's just hard out there, people. It is hard out there. I know some people want to, paint it like these are just some freeloaders. Like, a lot of these people are working. They need the help.
One thing and another person another. So in my opinion, looking back, I think he had almost a photographic memory. To keep all the balls in there that we now saw were in there, it appears that he would have to have a really strong memory.
Stand by for me real quick. After it cleared its books, that it would loan for the firm to operate at the beginning of the year after it cleared its books, that it would loan from, or take loans from partners at their option in order to sort of give some seed money until fees started to roll in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 428 to your testimony and just have you take a look at that and ask if you recognize those documents as it relates to a particular instance involving the defendant.
I do.
All right. And tell me about this instance. What happened here, please?
Okay, so this is in 2017. A check for the payment got mistakenly written to R. Alexander Murdaugh instead of his brother Randolph Murdaugh. So the loan payoff was written to Alec.
All right, let me slow you down. So does his brother work for the law firm?
His brother does work for the law firm.
And what name does he go by?
He goes by Randy Murdaugh. His legal name is Randolph Murdaugh IV.
Had Randy Murdaugh loaned money to the law firm?
He did.
Had Alec Murdaugh loaned off?
No.
All right, and so what happened then?
So, as we said, we had the clerical error, and a few days later, Alec came to our staff, and it's not quite clear which staff because our records don't show that, but a voided check, he acted as if he'd lost this original check and had another check written. So a replacement check was then written to Alec again, which was a mistake again.
Did that second check get cashed?
The second check got cashed pretty much immediately within a week or two. And then about a year later, the first check got cashed as well. And that's when I caught in the system that he had cashed both checks. And looking back, I realized that the mistake had been made. that somebody had hit. Their names are right beside each other in the vendor list, and that they had made a clerical mistake, and that he was paid money that he was not owed.
All right. Ultimately, did he get that money twice that he was not supposed to have received?
He did.
And ultimately, was it because he claimed that he had lost the first check?
Correct.
Ultimately, did he cash both checks?
He did.
And cash the original one a year later, is that
Correct.
All right. Was he confronted about this back at that time when it was detected, I guess, in 2017? Is that right?
He was.
And he was confronted at that time?
He was. Not. I don't remember that he was confronted by me. I know that Danny Henderson spoke with him about it, and Alec just claimed that he made a mistake and thought that he had paid the money, that he had loaned the money.
So here's a dumb question that I can't. Did Danny Henderson testify? It's the second time they've mentioned Danny Henderson, but I don't remember him testifying. But it's been a while, obviously, and there were a lot of witnesses
That year, and Danny chose to kind of let it go and sweep it under the rug.
Did he pay it back at that point?
He did pay it back.
All right. So that happened, and the explanation was given, and then he was allowed to pay it back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And everybody moved on, right?
That's correct. I have to point out that it was, these attorneys worked as a brotherhood and were very family, and they trusted him and accepted this explanation.
What was that word you just used? You said it was a brotherhood?
Yes.
And so when the attorneys are dealing with one another, when the attorneys are dealing with you, how are y'all dealing with one another? What's the basis of that?
Trust.
Trust?
Trust.
And so over the years, when Alec Murdaugh would tell you to do a transaction or anything like that, what were you relying on?
His word and trust.
Are you generally familiar with what...
I'm going to get off my soapbox, but it just drives me fucking crazy. Our neighbors are struggling, and Jeff Bezos is having a $50 million fucking wedding, and his workers don't make enough to survive. It just fucking drives me crazy. Like, they want you to fight. They want you to fight with your fucking neighbor when it's these billionaires that are still robbing from all of us, our money. And then when the banks and the billionaires, they fuck up, who has to bail their ass out? The fucking taxpayers. Oh, it makes me so fucking mad, man.
What's been known as the boat case?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember that occurring around in February 2019?
I do.
All right. And again, I'm not going into the specifics of the boat case. What was your general understanding of the boat case? Well, let me ask you this. Was his son Paul charged with driving the boat in the boat case, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And was Alec Murdaugh sued civilly in the boat case because of the death of Mallory Beach?
Yes.
You're right back.
After the boat case, did you notice
Teleprompting
any
again.
changes in Alec's behavior or his demeanor around the office?
I can't say that I really did up until November, December of late 20.
Okay, and what'd you notice then?
Didn't really notice it then, and we can go back and notice it now. That's when he started making some disbursements that he was stealing from that started getting sloppy. So the things that I noticed are more in hindsight.
And I put this exhibit up on the screen. Let me getting ahead of myself. This is exhibit 428 without offering evidence.
Objection, Chairman.
All right.
Submitted without objection.
428. This is this is the loan check you were talking about. Is that right?
That's right.
This is where Alec erroneously received a check meant for his brother Randy,
That's right.
and then ultimately managed to get the same amount twice. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And how much was that check for? I can bring it to you if you need to see it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. Screen over here is bigger than that one.
It was for $121,358.63.
$121,000, correct?
That's correct.
When you received the check today,
Amanda from Canada, $20. Thank you so much, Amanda. Appreciate it.
Alex say, no, this isn't mine. This isn't my $121,000 check.
No, he didn't.
Now, you started to talk about some things you noticed in late of 2020, and let's just set the table a little bit more before we do that. You mentioned disbursements. Tell the jury, before we see some paperwork, tell the jury how disbursements go about? Is there certain paperwork that's done, and how do the lawyers interface with the finance stuff for that to be accomplished?
Okay, so a disbursement after a case is won, or what we call settled, the money comes into the client trust, just like I talked about. A disbursement will recap how much money was won, how much attorney fees, how much expenses were withheld or earned for our firm in that, and then it will list any loans or liens that need to be paid.
Whoops, how long has it been stuck on stupid? Sorry about that. Let me switch here. Thanks, Kay. Take care. Let me switch back, see if this works. All right. Sorry about that.
Off. And what I mean by that is like medical liens, medical bills, insurance companies getting their money back for items that they paid, and then it will show the balance that goes to the client.
And so then how do they interface with the finance staff? What does the finance staff do as opposed to when the attorneys prepare those disbursement forms?
It comes over to our finance department. We have the supporting documentation with it, and we will process the checks based off the attorney's signature. Those then go back to the attorneys that handled the case or the paralegals that handled the case. They meet with the client and explain the disbursement to them and give them the funds.
Okay. Is the finance staff relying on what the lawyers are sending them to determine what checks should be cut?
Yes.
All right.
With support.
With support?
Yes.
Ultimately, are they trusting the attorneys to provide them the correct information?
We are.
All right, so you mentioned that something that happened in late 2020 that was the first things that you started to notice in the wake of the Bowden case that was a little different. And tell the jury what you were about to talk about.
As I said, in late 2020, I really didn't notice it at that point. But some of these items that we're going to discuss started happening at that point. My discovery of things started coming to a head in May of 21.
In May of 2021?
Yes.
All right, and tell me what was the first thing that came to your attention?
Because one thing that came to attention was a disbursement that the fees were made out and processed to Forge Consulting. And what that meant is that the fees weren't going into our personal account like they should. They weren't going to the firm. Forge Consulting is a true company that you can do structures of attorney fees, but the way that this was done was not correct. To do a correct structure...
Let me slow you down so we can unpack this a little bit. All right. Let's first talk about what is a structure. What is a structure? What does that mean?
The one thing about Forge that I'll never forget is, do you guys remember that one guy from Forge? I forget his name. He was a very good-looking gentleman, and the ladies loved him. And he testified, and the girls were all over him. And then it came out later in the trial that he was, like, texting Alec and some other guys, like, check out this girl's ass or something. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? I forget his name. I think he was from Forge.
So a structure means that you can set up a fee in the agreement with the insurance company that you can put that money into an annuity that you'll get it out later. You can avoid taxes now and take them out when you're 65 or whatever year you determine. So it's a way that they can defer income for retirement. If they're having a good year, they can do that.
So maybe an explanation would be kind of like the lottery. You can either get your settlement in one lump sum or you can get it paid over time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so this is what a structure is getting it paid over time.
Correct.
And are there tax benefits associated with doing a structure?
They would avoid taxes at the year that they made the fee, and they would pay the taxes when they got it out, similar to your retirement 401k.
And is it sometimes common for plaintiffs' lawyers who get recoveries for clients, to have their clients get the settlement in a structure as opposed to getting it in all one lump sum so that there's some security over time with that money?
It is definitely a vehicle that can be used by plaintiffs' lawyers. We don't do it very often in our firm, and when it is done, it has to be, every partner needs to know about it and needs to be agreed upon, because obviously that money's not coming into the firm to help with overhead and expenses. So we have to agree on it, and we have to account for it in our allocations at the end of the year to determine bonuses that we're going to pay out.
Sure, but I'm talking about with clients right now. So clients that receive a settlement, they can elect to either get it in one lump sum, or they can get a structured annuity over time where they get however much a year for the however many years it goes, correct?
Yes, that's true too.
All right. Kind of like the lottery. You can get the whole big thing but with taxes, or you can get a bigger sum over time, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so some clients might choose to get it over time so that their money is more secure over a longer time, correct?
Correct, and you generally see that when it's a minor involved or somebody with special needs that has a disability of some sort.
And so what is Forge Consulting, the legitimate business Forge Consulting? What do they do?
They set up structured annuities for clients like we're talking about. They do special needs trusts for people who are injured or going to need life care plans. And they handle that kind of, they have a few other things that they do, but I'm not familiar as much with those services.
If they provided services over the years, the legitimate company, Forge Consulting, legitimate services to the law firm and its clients over the years in helping them set up structured settlements.
We do. We've used them 250 to 300 times.
And who's kind of like the main guy at Forge Consulting, the legitimate business?
Michael Gunn.
Michael Gunn. That
Now,
was
you
the guy,
mentioned
Michael
that
Gunn.
We're not talking now about the clients structuring their settlements, but what if a lawyer wins a big case and wants to, so he's going to get a huge fee. And let me ask you this first. Generally, what is the legal fees for the firm when they win a case, whether by settlement or by trial?
Generally, they're 33% to 40%, and it depends on what stage the case was in or the work we had to do. So if we settle a case before we have to start doing summons and complaints and depositions or going to trial, we take 33 and a third %. If it goes further, we do 40%, and it can go to 45% if it's on an appeal. But generally speaking, it's between a third and 40%.
Brooklyn. Hey, Brooklyn. Thank you so much.
So let's say that somebody's a partner, and let's say they win a case of $10 million, and it was a 40% one, so they're going to get a $4 million fee, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's say that they decided that instead of taking that fee, that $4 million fee, they want to structure that fee just like a client would. Can they do that?
They can do that, and that's what I was referring to before, with the authorization of the other partners and making sure that we have enough money to operate and enough money to account for it. If they do that, it's supposed to be done in the release, and the insurance company will send the money directly to Forge Consulting and not through us.
Okay. Because it can't go through y'all directly or it doesn't work.
Or he would not get the tax benefit of it.
And if an attorney still had to do that, they're going to have to work everything out with y'all to make sure everything's accounted for the end of the year bonuses and everything else.
That's correct.
Is that a common thing that people in the firm were doing?
No.
All right. So, kind of setting all that up, did you, what came to your attention as it related to the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
So in May 17, there was a disbursement called Hirschberger that the fees were said, I'd have to look at the exact disbursement, but it said structured fees, Forge, and it had an amount.
Let me get some mark real quick.
Yep.
I mean, another thing that's, I think, pretty unique about this case, like, even like how many people are there? Like, if you're a witness, look how many freaking people are in that gallery. It's freaking crazy how many people are there. I would be so nervous, even if I knew what I was talking about, which I don't. So whatever it was that I'd be there for, I would mess it up. But I mean, there's so many people there.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 429 to your testimony, and have you just flip through that real quick and tell me generally what that is.
Okay, this is the disbursements to do with the money recovered in the Hirschberger case. And this one had multiple disbursements.
All right, but let's just talk about the one you were just referring to.
Okay.
I'll show it to you.
It's this page.
On the third page of this exhibit, is that right?
That's right.
All right, pick up your story. What did you notice that came to your attention?
So it says PMPED attorney fee, and in parentheses it had Forge. The check had been made out payable to Forge, and I knew this was incorrect, so I went and had a discussion with Alec about this. And the basics of the discussion was we needed to know about if they were going to do a structured annuity, we needed to do it. I also told him that the way he had done it was incorrect, that he would not be saving any tax consequences, that he needed to properly set it up with the insurance company on the front side.
All right, and why wasn't it done right? Why were you telling, at least from what you knew at the time, why did you think it was not being done right?
Basically because it should have gone from the insurance company directly to Forge. We would not write a check and send it to Forge for a structured fee.
Let me put this up on the screen just real quick.
No other objection to 429.
All right, and this time I move states 429 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection. All right. So is this the disbursement sheet you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And this is generally the first one the jury's seen, but is this generally how disbursement sheets look that are prepared by the law firm?
Yes, you generally see the caption and then our inside number, which is the matter ID. You'll see the recovery and who's paid out. Then the next section should be your fee and expenses.
All right, so you've got the fee right there, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have expenses and what?
Oh, we just got another $50. And we are at 2305. That is from, I hate how this takes so long? It's from Rhonda. Rhonda, gee, thank you. This is not loading, but it's on my other page. Rhonda, thank you so much. Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda.
What are expenses?
So the expenses are the case costs that we paid going along, cost to pay transcribers, medical records, expert opinions. Sometimes vehicles are involved that we store. So it's anything that we pay on behalf of that case.
All right, and so they'll have to come out of the recovery too, correct?
That's correct.
And that's separate from the attorney's fees, right?
Correct.
All right, so when y'all settle a case, you're going to get your attorney's fees, but you're also going to get paid back any costs and expenses you had to litigate the case.
That's correct.
Two separate amounts.
Correct.
All right, and then we got a lien. Explain to me what a lien is and how those affect disbursements can go through.
So a lien it could be as simple as paying a doctor's bill that was guaranteed, or it can be paying back subrogation, which means subrogation just means if you had insurance that covered it personally, your Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we recovered money, Blue Cross Blue Shield or Medicare or Medicaid, if you had that, would then be seeking their money back. So that would be a lien.
Sometimes somebody who got injured, like in a car wreck or something, might have medical bills, and there's a lien for that.
Yes.
And sometimes funds might be withheld to satisfy those medical bills.
That's correct too.
Is it common for the law firm to then negotiate with the medical provider, like a hospital or whatever, and see if you can get that medical bill down to a number they'll settle for?
That is correct.
And then if you save any money between what their bill was and what you get them to accept, is that additional money that should go back to the client?
That's right.
And are those very common in these types of cases?
Yes, and generally we will not hold up dispersing the money to the client, waiting on that to happen because it can take a while. So we may have a disbursement that leaves some money in our account, the balance of those bills while we're negotiating them, and then we'll do a second disbursement to pay those clients that money or the provider the money.
All right, so you pay them the big amount first, and then if you're lucky enough to settle for a lesser amount, then whatever's left over you'll send to them later.
Correct.
All right, so then down here we have then the ultimate disbursement to the beneficiaries, the clients. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
And if there's multiple as this one, you would see the split between the two.
All right, and just real quick, whose signature is that right there?
That is Alex.
And have you worked with him for how long, or did work with him for?
23 years, 22 years.
All right, and so you got very familiar with his signature?
Yes.
You recognize that as his signature?
Yes.
All right, going back here to this disbursement, we had PMP attorney's fee forge, and then you had that amount. And then what is this next page of this exhibit?
That's the cancel check payable to Forge for $83,333.33.
All right, and you recognize that signature on there?
That's Alex.
Okay. And so when we last left off, you were telling Alec that it had been done wrong because it had gone straight from the trust account direct to what you believed to be Forge at the time, correct?
Correct.
And it can't go to a law firm or the tax benefits go away.
That's right.
All right. So you raised those issues with Alec. What was his response when you first talked to him about this?
His response was that he was not worried so much about the tax ramifications and saving the taxes, but that he was trying to get money in Maggie's name due to the boat accident that had happened in February of 2019.
Right. Go ahead.
He also brought up the fact that he was friends with Michael Gunn and that was going to try to work with Michael Gunn, putting up some fees during the year as a favor to Michael Gunn and to help him accomplish putting money in Maggie's name.
Did he say anything, and I apologize if you already said this, did he say anything in response to your pointing out that this isn't going to work for the tax benefit?
He said that's fine. He was not worried about the tax benefit so much as getting the money in Maggie's name.
Because of what?
The boat wreck.
Because of the boat wreck. All right. Did that concern you at all?
Yes, it did.
And why did it concern you?
Because that is hiding assets, and we're not going to be part of any hiding assets or any wrongdoing. So we were very concerned that he was trying to do that, and we didn't want to be a part of it.
At that point in time, did you do anything about it, or did you kind of table the matter for the time being?
We kind of tabled the matter for the time being. I had it kind of set aside, trying to figure out how am I going to account for this in my books, and we were going to go back and talk to partners and kind of figure out what we were going to do.
Ultimately, when is the sort of the drop-dead deadline that you have to account for everything in the books?
Usually I will do our final closing. I balance all the time, but usually we'll do that final accounting in December. So I really start drilling down and looking at everything and balancing out in December. But I knew I had till December to figure this out. And at that point, I was more concerned about how we were going to put it on our books and also letting the partners know what was going on so we could make sure that it was disclosed to his attorneys with the boat wreck stuff.
Just kind of just put that aside, but keep it in the back of your mind?
Right.
This is in May of what year did this happen?
21.
Just got $25 more from Abigail. Up to $25 3:30. Thank you so much, Abigail.
Later on that month, did you receive a communication of any sort from Alec's paralegal?
I did on Monday.
Who was that, real quick?
That is Annette Griswold.
All right.
And she's one of his paralegals.
And what communication did she have with you?
So I received an email. I was working in our Waldoboro office that day, and I received an email from Annette that said she needed to talk to me in private, and could I please meet with her when I got back in the office. So when I did get back in the office, we met.
I mean, it does kind of look like she's talking to Tiny Me in the corner.
And she came to me with another concern that in another file that we had.
All right. And tell me what file was that?
So this file we refer to it as the Ferris file. And it was a case with Ferris versus Mount Truck that had a fairly significant settlement. And the concern was that we had only received the expenses. When on this, let me first say, this case was handled by Chris Wilson's firm, and they were handling the disbursement. All the money went through their account, and they drafted the disbursement and met with the client. So if that happens, typically the associate attorney will mail us our fee check and our expense check at the same time.
Let me slow you down. So this particular case, the Ferris case, was Alec Murdaugh the only attorney on that case?
In our firm, I believe he was, but Chris Wilson was the associated.
Is Chris Wilson in PMPED, or is he in a different firm?
No, he's in his own different firm.
And does that happen sometimes that two lawyers, one lawyer from your firm and one lawyer from another firm, will share a case?
Yes, we have quite a lot of that.
All right. And then ultimately those fees have to be split whichever way they agreed to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then sometimes if the settlement money or the trial money comes into that other firm, then they have to disperse the fees and expenses to you.
That's correct.
And tell the jury again, what was Annette's concern? Did she receive part of it but not the other thing?
Annette received only a check for the expenses.
But not the fees?
Not the fee, which is unusual. So she had already, unbeknownst to me, contacted my staff to make sure that we had not received that fee prior. And indeed, we checked and it had not been. So the conversation Annette had with me that day was her concern that we were missing the fee check. And she'd had some conversations with Vicki Lyman, who is Chris Wilson's paralegal. And that led Annette to believe that Alec had already had the money paid to him.
And that's the concern that she reported to you?
Yes.
All right. Hold on for me. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 312 in 1 second. All right, I'm going to show you this packet of documents. I'm going to go to some emails that are within it. And first of all, I'm going to show you this one right here and just see if you recognize that, please.
I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
This is an email from Vicki Lyman, who's the paralegal for Chris Wilson, to Annette Griswold, who's the paralegal for Alec Murdaugh. And in it, Annette's questioning, why did we get the expenses and no fee? Vicki replied back, dear friend, it's only cost because your boss and mine got their fees once they were signed.
All right, so that's why Annette brought that concern to you?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any conversation with Annette about what to do?
Well, Annette expressed concern about tattling on Alec and perhaps getting in trouble for him or retaliation from him. So I told her.
What's the concern? What's the concern right now?
The concern is.
I just asked her what her concern was.
The concern was that money had been stolen.
There's an objection. Wait. Yes, sir.
He's asking her what Annette's concern was, and Annette needs to testify about her own concern.
All right, sure. You state the question, please.
I'll restate the question. What was your concern?
My concern was that he had stolen the fees and they were paid to him personally.
All right. Did you, in this conversation with Annette, did you instruct her to do anything? Did you send any email?
I sent an email to Annette asking for Annette to get copies of the complete disbursement from Chris Wilson's office, along with a copy of what we call the general ledger printout, which would show the deposit and the checks.
Tia says that she hopes we will end with the hamster wheel closing, which made me realize that people probably don't even know why I have this as the background here. And that's because in the closing of this trial, and I found out later it was Creighton Waters who did it, the lead prosecutor. He decided to put this clip art in his closing PowerPoint to represent Alec like trying to, he had so much. He was the man on the hamster wheel, and at the time when I was tweeting it, I was dragging. I was like, "Who the fuck did this? This is embarrassing. Who the fuck would put a clip art on a fucking and I was just losing it on Twitter. And then I found out from one of the other attorneys that it was Creighton, who was always the whole time I had been saying, I've been tweeting how awesome I love Creighton. Creighton water's awesome. And then I just was just like, this is like, I did a full investigation, found out it was Creighton, and I'm like, oh my God, I just dragged Creighton. But like, really, like, why he put a fucking he put this in his fucking closing. Insane clip art. Don't even, and he also put the sword of Damocles, if you remember that.
And the supporting document to the disbursement. Oftentimes, we'll just get a copy of the disbursement. So I asked for the full records like we would have in our office.
And what did you tell Annette to do once you sent that email to her?
Annette forwarded that email to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's part of it.
Damn it, it froze again. I was beside myself. I definitely was. Uh-oh. My whole program is freezing. All right, we're back. All right.
Exhibit 312, and it's marked as 2374 at the bottom. And just kind of read that email going up. Is that the email that you sent to Annette?
Yes.
And is that the one that you were asking her to forward on?
Yes.
To request additional information from Chris Wilson's office to try to get to the bottom of it?
Yes.
All right. And then we go to the prior page. Is that where Annette forwarded that document on to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
This is.
All right. All right, and just real quick, what was the date on that email when it was ultimately forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
That email was sent on May 27th, but Vicki was out of the office on vacation, so Vicki replied to Annette on June 2nd upon her return.
Okay, and what was the reply?
And the reply was just clarifying what documents that they needed. And at that point, Vicki replies back to Annette that she's not privy to that information, but she'll forward it on to Chris Wilson.
To her boss, Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, so have y'all gotten an answer at this point?
No.
All right, so what's the next step? What happens after that?
So we're waiting for a while, and on Monday, May 7th, I went to Alec's office searching for him after lunch.
Real quick. After you sent this email on June 2nd, did Alec ever reach out to you or talk to you about the inquiries that you were making about where these fees were?
Yes, he actually came in the next day. First thing, Chris did not answer me, but Alec came in the first thing and said, that money's in Chris's trust. Why do you need all this information? And I basically said, we just need it for our records. It's what we have in ours, and it's required for us to keep. He assured me that the money was over there and that he'd get the records and they would get everything that we needed.
And that was some point after June 2nd?
I believe it was the next morning.
All right, and did you seek him out, or did he seek you out to say, hey, no, that money's there the whole time?
He seeked me out.
All right, and that's what he told you?
Yes.
All right, around this time, did anybody else, did you have any discussions with any of the other partners about what was going on with this?
I did. I'd initially gone to...
Good question, Brooklyn. I was kind of planning on going as long as people kind of were here and donating to the food drive. And I definitely wanted after Jeannie, we'll watch Alec. So probably after we watch Alec, who does take a while. Let me see, what are we at now? 23:30. So we'll keep going. At least, we're gonna watch Alec, or at least the cross of Alec, because I'm not fucking. I don't know if I want to watch the direct of Alec. Maybe we'll see.
Lee Cope, because he's one of the partners that does a lot of the managing, and he happened to be the one that was in the office when this was going on that I could find and talk to. And he also helped me come up with a plan of how we were going to handle it so Alec would not think Annette was questioning. Mark Ball also knew something about it. So.
Right. Was there any discussion about anyone contacting Chris Wilson?
After we didn't get it, that came later.
That came later?
That came later.
Okay. All right. So Alec comes to you and says, all that money's there. What's the next thing that happened that you did?
So the next thing that happened was on Monday, on June 7th, I went looking for Alec.
Let me slow you down. On Monday, June 7th?
Yes.
What year?
21.
June 7th, 2021. What happened?
Went to look for Alec, and when I got upstairs, he was standing outside of his office leaning on a file cabinet, and he looked at me with a pretty dirty look, one I'd not seen before, and said, "What do you need now?" Clearly disgusted with me, which kind of raised my hackles, so I said, well, let's go in your office and talk about it. We went in his office. I told him,
Raise my hackles. I don't think I've ever heard that expression before.
I have reason to believe that you received the Ferris money directly to you, and you need to prove to me that you did not. And he assured me again that the money was in there. I told him I still needed to see the ledgers or proof that it was. Again, he told me the money was in there, that we could get it any time. Said he was trying to leave it in there to decide what to do as far as structuring some more money or putting more money in Maggie's name.
You asked him for proof, is that correct?
Yes.
Proof that he didn't have that money?
Yes.
Were you able to complete that conversation on the morning of June 7th, 2021?
It was actually the afternoon of June 7th.
Afternoon.
But no, we were not able to complete it. During the middle of our conversation, he took a phone call, and the call was saying that his father was in the hospital and that there was nothing more to be done and he was terminal. So at that point, you know, I've known Alec since I was 16 years old, known the family forever. It turned into a personal conversation about how's your dad doing, how's everything doing, you know, what's going on. And I basically thought he was leaving to go to the hospital to attend to his father, so I left the office at that time and we did not discuss the money anymore.
You thought he was leaving to go?
I thought he was going to go to see about his father.
He had gotten a phone call about his father June 7th, 2021, correct?
That's right.
Did you have a conversation with Alec later on that day?
We did. Around 4 o'clock, my phone rang, and I remember because I was surprised that he was still there. And Alec was asking me some information about his 401k balance.
And why was he doing that?
He was doing that because he stated he had to get some documents and financials together for a hearing regarding the boat wreck later that week.
He needed his own financial information for a hearing for the boat case that week, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know when?
Who is this lady over here? Because she is staring down Alec, man. I don't know who she is. I don't recognize her. Take care. Take it to trial. Look at her. She is...
Do you know when the boat case was? The boat case hearing was?
I believe it was June 10th.
June 10th?
21. Within a few days.
Within a few days. Were you surprised to hear from him in the office?
I was, because I thought he was leaving.
Thought he was leaving because of the call from about his father?
His father.
Did you go home at the end of work that day?
I did.
Went back home and had a normal evening?
Yes, until about 10:30.
Tell me what happened at 10:30.
I got a call or started getting texts from friends asking if I'd heard if Maggie and Paul had been shot. I didn't know anything about it. They were hearing things on scanners. So I've sent texts to a couple of the attorneys and did not hear back until probably 2 o'clock in the night. Mark emailed me back or texted me back that they in fact had been shot and killed.
Was that shocking?
It was very shocking.
Was everybody scared?
Very scary. You know, nobody knew what was going on, so very scary.
You said this law firm was like a brotherhood, correct?
That's correct.
Did everyone rally to Alec's aid?
We did. Nothing happened that week at work. Everybody spent time with Alec trying to support him, bringing family meals, attending the funerals, so nothing happened all week.
After the murders happened, was anybody at all concerned about getting the proof for those missing fees after those murders happened at that point in time?
We weren't, because we were concerned about Alec. He wasn't working a whole lot. He was erratic. We knew he was taking pills. We were just worried about his sanity, so we weren't going to go in there and harass him about money when we were worried about his mental state and the fact that his family had been killed. It just wasn't even on our mind at that point.
It wouldn't be on your mind, would it?
No.
As a few weeks went on, did you ever receive any communication about those fees that kind of put the matter to bed at least a little bit?
We did. Lee Cope, who is one of the partners, took over We decided we were not going to press Alec, but Lee made some contact with Chris Wilson during that time, asking Chris for information. And I believe after that, Alec searched me out again and said, hey, I've got that money. But it wasn't until, I believe it was July 19th, I received an email that Chris had forwarded to Alec. Alec then forwarded the email to myself and Lee Cope. And in that email, it said, I am holding the fees for the Ferris case, and he named the amounts and said they are available at any time that you should need them. So we're being told by outside counsel that the money is there.
Did you trust what you were being told?
Yes.
When you got that email, did at least for the time being, that look like the matter was put to bed?
Yes. I mean, these are members of the bar who've taken a sworn oath that we're supposed to trust, and they're telling us the money's there.
I'm still in Exhibit 312. I'm going to put this up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
That is the email that I'm referring to.
And this email comes from who to who?
Comes from Chris Wilson to Alec Murdaugh.
And then it gets sent to who?
Myself and Lee Cope.
From who?
From Alec Murdaugh.
All right. And can you read to the jury that paragraph right there? What was forwarded to you to sort of put this matter to bed?
Alex, as discussed, I am confirming that I am holding in trust $600,000 in the Andrell Ferris case and $192,000 in the Denise Ferris case, which represent attorney fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I'm instructed by you and your firm regarding payment.
Does that leave you to believe that those monies had been there all along?
Yes, with some hesitation on my part, because it still seemed a little shaky to me. But I've decided that I would have to believe what was presented to me.
And this, what's the date on this particular email?
July 19th.
So we're just
of
over
2021.
Just over a month after murders, is that correct?
Yes, a little over.
I take you forward a little bit. Well, let me ask you this. In that time period in July and August, going into early September, is Alec in the office much?
He's not in the office very much, no.
You had mentioned before the first thing that kind of came to your attention, and what case was that?
Hirschberger and Ferris.
All right. At some point in time, does that Hirschberger matter kind of come back to your attention to take a look at that?
Yes, like I said, I had it sitting there on my desktop right in front of me, but due to work and personal obligations and things that were happening that summer, I didn't start looking again until September. And I decided to start combing through his fees for the year and just making sure that we had not missed anything else.
Before you go on with that, around that same time as you're doing that, does Annette Griswold come into your office?
She did. Incidentally, during the day, after I'd found what I'm about to discuss with you, she walks into the office and had found a check on Alec's desk that was made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and it was from Chris Wilson's trust account, and the amount, I believe, was $225,000, and it was signed on the memo, Ferris fees.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 313. See if you recognize that.
That's the check I'm just discussing.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would move States 313 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Admit it.
And what is States 313?
That is a check from Chris Wilson's client trust account payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, in the amount of $225,000 referencing Ferris fees.
Is it made out to the law firm?
No.
Who's it made out to?
It's made out to him personally, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
When you see this check, what, if anything, is your realization?
That he stole the money, that he'd been lying.
And what's the date on that check?
March 10th, 2021.
All right. So, and that brings you that check, and you're also looking at the forward. You said, explain what you were doing as well when this is going on.
So simultaneously that day, I decided to print out a listing of Forge Payments to Forge Consulting. And as I was printing those out, I was printing supporting documents and canceled checks. And as the canceled checks hit the back of my printer, I could see Alec Murdaugh's signature on the back. It would say Alec Murdaugh, and a lot of them were Bank of America. And as everyone came out, I started noticing it more and more, and the sickest feeling you could feel in the world. I knew that he was stealing all this money. At that point, William Barnes just happened to call over to my office and said, "What are you doing? How are you doing today?" And I said, "I'm about to throw up. You need to come over here." and showed him the checks, at which point he verified that he thought that was Alec's signature as well. From there, we called Mark Ball. Mark Ball came and looked over the information. We showed him the proof of the check with the $225,000, and Mark noticed that one of the cases that he definitely knew it could not have been going to forge because it was a workers' comp case.
Which case was that?
That was Thomas Moore.
Okay, keep going.
So he knew that that money couldn't have been sent no matter what. We also discussed this with Lee Cope. We were trying to decide how are we going to handle this, what are we going to do. Lee Cope, it was decided that Lee Cope would contact Michael Gunn directly, and we named a few of the cases, we got a few of the names. Lee contacted Michael Gunn, asked him if there'd ever been, to please verify if there'd ever been any structures with that, and also asked Michael Gunn if they'd been banking at Bank of America. Michael's reply to Lee was that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years, and that he was unable to verify that those were indeed set structured fees for those clients.
All right, so let me slow you down real quick. You researched what name in there?
Forge Consulting.
So you're researching in your system Forge Consulting, correct?
Yes.
To see any instances where it was an Alec Murdaugh case that went to Forge Consulting, correct?
Correct.
And did you find a number of checks?
We did.
You have access to the firm trust account checks on your system?
Yes.
And when you saw those checks, what did you observe that caused that sickening feeling you just described?
They were made to Forge instead of Forge Consulting, but also the fact that his signature was on the back and the endorsement on the back was Bank of America.
And what did that indicate to you on all those checks when you saw his signature on them?
That they were stolen fees, stolen money.
That's different from this, correct?
That's correct.
What's being stolen? What, if anything, is being stolen with Exhibit 313?
The check is being written directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and in the other scheme, it was written to a Forge account, which we realized was a Forge bank account. We found in the office a few days later bank statements that said Richard Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
All right, so you say a few days later in Alec's office you found some bank statements?
That's correct.
Do you remember what bank they were on?
Bank of America.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335 and see if you recognize that just as an example.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a bank statement from Bank of America with the name Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, which means proprietor, doing business as Forge, and it has Alec's home address as the contact on the bank account.
And you found bank statements on this account in his office, correct?
That's right.
Is this the legitimate Forge bank account?
It's the fake Forge bank account.
Your Honor, we don't have any additional questions.
I would offer a 335, Your Honor, at this time. Is that the name that was on the account that you found?
Yes.
And you called it, quote, fake Forge.
Fake Forge.
And why do you call it fake Forge?
Because there is a real Forge Consulting, but this was a fake company that he set up to mimic and look like and designed to look like Forge.
The real Forge, who's the main guy in the real Forge?
I mean, it's
Michael Gunn.
Whoops. It's so insane that they created an entire fake company. Like, so insane.
Does this account right here, Murdaugh's, have anything to do with the real Forge?
Absolutely none.
Going back to Exhibit 313, this check. The problem is, who should have
That should have been made out to Peters, Murdoch, Parker, Elsdorf, and Dietrich.
To the law firm. So, who is not getting what they're supposed to get in this check?
The law firm.
When we start talking about the fake Forge account, who's generally not getting what they're supposed to get? Is it the law firm or someone else?
Generally the client, sometimes the law firm, but generally the client.
Generally the clients. All right. Let me show you what's been marked as States 314. See if you recognize this.
This is a spreadsheet of all the payments made to the fake client and what was stolen from each client.
And did you prepare that?
I did.
All right. And is this based on an investigation that you had to do in the wake of all of this?
Yes, we did. We also had forensic auditors come in and look at this. We hired former FBI to come in and look at this, and we've also self-reported to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, which maintains licenses, and we've turned over 10 years of information to them at least and provided them with all.
Real quick. Your Honor, at this time we would move into States 314.
Your Honor, we do not have any additional objections provided. We understand that it's being offered for the limited purpose for which Your Honor instructed the jury yesterday. It's not character evidence. It's only the motive, according to the state's theory.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. We're going to pick up on your story in a little bit, but you were saying that when Annette Griswold, around the time she brought you that Chris Wilson check that had Alec's name on it, you also were bringing up and searching forged in your system, and that's when you saw all these, quote, fake forged checks, correct?
That's correct.
You mentioned that you went and talked to some partners about it and that sort of thing, correct?
That's correct.
Right, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but just real quick, as we go to Exhibit 314, this is that spreadsheet that you prepared, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we have what's this right here?
That is the date of the check where the funds were stolen from.
All right, and then right here?
That's the client name.
All right, and then right here?
That's what we call the civil action number if it's been filed within the court.
All right, and then the category?
Is what type that he did. Most of them are forged payments, or you see a couple other, took insurance, so he had a few methods.
All right, and then over here, is that when y'all had to pay the money back?
Yes, so for each one of these, the money that was stolen got together and had to put the money back into client trust, through and corrected and met with every client and distributed money back to them. That's an ongoing basis still going on.
So for all these clients, you had to pay, the law firm had to pay money back?
The partners came up with money and paid all the clients back.
And why did y'all have to pay all that money back?
Because Alec had stolen it.
We're going to talk about these in a minute, but if we look at the bottom, at least for this category, what was the total that? And at least in this category, the earliest date we have is roughly what year?
2015.
All right, let's go back to early September. Do you remember what day it was that all this was happening?
September 2nd.
All right, and that brings you this check. You're finding these things. You say you talked to some of the partners about this?
Correct.
And what happens after that? What do y'all do?
We had a partner meeting at Lee Cope's house the morning of Friday, September 3rd.
Is the defendant there?
No.
All right. Is Randy Murdaugh there?
Randy is not there initially.
Okay.
Initially, we showed all the remaining partners what we had found and that he had been stealing. The consensus was, let's get Randy in here and let's show him. So he wasn't blindsided. Randy came in, we presented him the evidence, and he immediately hung his head and said, he stole it, we've got to do something about this.
All right. And did anybody then go make contact with the defendant?
So Danny Henderson and Randy Murdaugh went to confront Alec about it.
And what was reported to you after that conversation?
The report was that Alec had admitted that he stole the money and that we were forcing him to resign.
In the wake of all of that, you ultimately had to start doing this review, is that correct?
Yes.
And the spreadsheet that we're about to go through reflects those various transactions, is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you. You may proceed. If you'll go to the jury room, please do not discuss the case.
Second, Juror, before the break, just to reset the table, you had taken the Chris Wilson fees?
Yes.
And then that conversation got delayed, correct?
Yes, got disrupted and delayed.
The murders happened?
Correct.
Did you receive an email in July leading you to believe that the Chris Wilson fees were in the account all along?
We did.
And then we moved to September when Annette Griswold, Alec's paralegal, did she bring you a check showing that in fact those checks had been written to Alec back in March of 2021?
That's correct.
And at the same time, you were going through the system and looking at payments to Forge, correct?
Correct.
And the real Forge is headed by who? Who's the main guy there?
Michael Gunn.
All right. And then ultimately, though, you determined these were going to what you called what?
Fake Forge.
Fake Forge, which was an account set up to look like Forge, but in the name of who?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
The defendant?
Yes.
And then once you uncovered that, that started to pull the thread into a series of things you're about to testify going back the preceding years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that's kind of where we left off?
That's right.
All right. We're going to go back and look at States 314, and we're just going to do these in order and move expeditiously as we can.
Look at fucking Harpootlian playing Candy Crush as... Pay attention, Pootie Tang.
So you're to this trial, and see if you recognize that.
I do. This is the disbursement statement for Adriana Hay.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would offer States 317 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
All right, and tell the jury what this is very quickly.
So in this one, there's a recovery of $247,500. There's attorney fees of $22,000, expenses of $426.54, and then the settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting for the client's amount of $225,073.46.
Right, and that's the disbursement sheet that was signed by who? Do you recognize the signature on there?
Alex.
All right, and let me put it up on the screen. Was this record, was this found in the files of the law firm?
Yes.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alex.
What's the date on this?
12/20/2018.
And what's the first name of the client here, please?
Adriana.
All right. And we look at this this particular disbursement. It's got the recovery amount. That's how much money came in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have an attorney's fee.
Yes, and that looks like that's a reduced fee.
All right. It's a reduced fee in as much as not. Why did you say it's a reduced fee?
It's not a third or either 40% of the $247,500.
All right. And then we've got expenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then finally we have this line right here. What does that say again?
Settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, $225,073.46.
Did that go to the real Forge Consulting?
That went to the fake Forge Consulting.
And who controls the fake Forge account?
Alec Murdaugh.
Exhibits after they're in evidence.
All right. Is there any evidence? Not this particular exhibit.
Yes, Your
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and looking at the second page of this exhibit, what is this?
This is the check made payable to Forge for the $225,073.46.
And that went to the fake Forge?
Yes,
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to pay that money back?
we did,
And why did you have to pay it back?
because Alex stole it.
Again, looking at these disbursement sheets, these are prepared by the attorneys and their staff, is that correct?
I mean, the rest of this is just going to be her saying that a lot. So I'm making the executive decision that we're going to Murdaugh's testimony. Basically, if you haven't seen this before, she just says Alex stole it about 100 more times, and that's about the rest of her testimony.
That's correct.
on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got.
Also stole money from that teenager.
I'm sure at some point in time I was in four-wheelers and, four-wheelers and Paw.
Oh, remember that shit when he started busting out Paw? Oh my god. Mags.
Paw was just the brightest part. It didn't matter what it was. He was use any tool.
For the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
Is that correct?
I don't take a dispute with 2008, but
for years, this court, law enforcement officer agree.
I think all.
Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time...
Before I start this, just a reminder, if you want to donate to the food drive, it is the pinned link in the chat. Currently, we are at $2,300. Simply amazing. Just make sure to do it through that link. This way you get your receipt, use it for taxes. Plus, if you send it through super chats or stuff, YouTube takes their money, so I don't even get all this. So make sure you send it to the link that is pinned here. So that $2,330, simply amazing. You guys are the best. Thank you.
That law enforcement officers that you've talked to, and the prosecution, and here in open court, ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And that you were stealing from your law firm?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And that had been going on since at least 2010?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
What's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right. Sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
All right. Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph. And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Hold on. It freaking keeps freezing.
Randolph Murdaugh Jr.
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he solicitor?
Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. Okay. He was the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes. You know,
so he was the chief prosecutor for all that time as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that, is that correct?
when my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with him about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine, fine, fine man.
Yes,
and
he
an
was.
excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here, is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community? Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And not only just the central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006?
1920.
1920?
2006. 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law firm.
The law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Moss & Kuhn, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then
1994.
you went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in 1994.
Answer my question, if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Moss & Kuhn. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so, yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Okay. Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Okay. Heard your former law partner say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of People Who Do Trial Plaintiffs Work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
that's part of it, right?
Yes, sir, that's part of it.
That's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes, and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? Just generally what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that, I handled some very big cases. I had a lot of cases where, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right, so the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiffs' work, all plaintiffs' work, correct, for your big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiffs' work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was automobile. No, sir, not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
All right. And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
Telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom this week?
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
from essentially their computers.
OnStar
correct?
data. I've had data from the black box, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. Many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And when did you start with the law firm?
September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did, yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as prominent.
I asked you if you thought people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the
this.
time, did I think people viewed me that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like big shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
I mean, honestly, this cross to me could be its own movie. Just like Creighton is a guy who didn't have his family, who like went through law school, became a lawyer, versus other lawyer who like got everything given to him. His family did everything for him. He had his name. Creighton's working for the state. Like just the backstory between Creighton and Stupid over here could be like its own story, in my opinion.
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir. I definitely don't think
your
that.
family is prominent in this community.
Prominent, as in?
It's not a hard question.
Well, I'm just not sure. You know, I think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought
Very
of?
prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships. Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
Professional
prosecutor?
associations with law enforcement.
As a prosecutor or as a civil attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or a tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So, yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
All right. And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure. The law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that. Right. But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton. Right. So that would have been sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Did you get a badge when you became an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father.
Mr. Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir, at times I did.
And?
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
2021. I'm sorry. Until 2021. From 1998 to 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury. I believe there were 5 trials.
5 trials?
Is the best that I can remember, and
had-
all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time. Is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time. Yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of, at some point in time you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court?
Yes, sir.
Giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them, yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
You know, I'm sure that at some point between 1998 and 2021 that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that, and I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time I was involved in some level on a guilty plea or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. And fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
Okay. And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah, that you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you agree with that?
That's part of what you do.
And same thing in the civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think we agree on that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
That's part of what you do.
Oh man, look at this question. Who would you rather be together forever in a cell with, Alec or Charlie? Wow. Well, whichever one who I thought would have the ability to get me rope is the one I would be if you get my drift, because there's no way. And I just want to I updated, so I feel bad because I feel like I wasn't clear enough in my directions in the beginning, so I don't want anyone to feel like, they were shorted or anything. So I did just donate 100 more bucks just from like the super chats, because I don't want anyone to think that they didn't put their full. Unlike Alec here, I'm not gonna feel. I'll feel bad forever if I feel like I shorted anyone. So we are now at. So I donated $100 from based on like the super chat. So now we are at 2430. 2430.
An ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
But please, if in the future, please, I'd like you to just send it right to the pinned link. This way it goes right to them, and you get your receipt and everything. Because I don't if you send me money on YouTube, I don't get that full amount, and I don't get it for a little bit. So send it directly to
an ongoing process as you prepare in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction, because in civil court you have the deadlines, and so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial. Or, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Good.
But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right. You don't think they're generally consistent with one another? Is that what you're telling the jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent? I mean, you talked about it to this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Mr. Warden, I'm just trying to answer your question,
right.
and so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
And what direction it's going. So I think that they're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right. Thank you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes.
And that included, obviously, for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the breadwinner?
The primary breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of. I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Okay. Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Ward, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So.
All right. So you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second.
Whoa. Denise just came in here. And just donated $70, and we hit $2,500. Just amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you. I'm not going to increase the thing anymore. I mean, obviously you're welcome to if you want to donate, but $2,500, simply amazing. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, everyone. Rachel, a member for 18 months. Thank you, Rachel. $2,500. It's going to help a lot of people.
State 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the bag.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'm going to show you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right. What is that?
Which one?
570. What is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right. And then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 571 and 570 in evidence.
Yeah, I admit it.
All right. Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
Do you know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Have the element, please. Now the screen, please. And 571, where'd you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all of it. Could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
Right. And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason, other than that's where I put it. Just like I might put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
I mean, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do that? Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
No, I'm saying that if I get pulled over, I need to get special treatment because I'm a Murdaugh and I have a badge.
Because I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir. I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
We carried a badge on you.
That's so crazy. He literally just said that he was in law enforcement, and then he's like, "No, I don't consider." Look at those eyes and this freaking liar. Just a straight up sociopath.
As an assistant solicitor for 2 decades, roughly.
From around '98, so yes, sir, for 2 decades.
And you would ride with it sometimes sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so but you didn't consider yourself law enforcement?
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement, no, sir.
All right, so you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it, is that correct?
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct? Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over? I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Did you have to take an oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't. I certainly don't recall taking one, like going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your hand and saying, "I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity." You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became a volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad, and then when I continued with Duffy.
Yeah, the process was his dad throwing him the badge. Here you go, son.
I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right. Well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, What are those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just going to see what's on the back.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right. And it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to look at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Over there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has
your name,
right? Mm-hmm. And it has all that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the, okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdaugh was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir. Signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So Deputy Solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a Deputy Solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a Deputy Solicitor. Unless Deputy Solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only Deputy Solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says Deputy Solicitor, but Deputy Solicitor is a higher rank than Assistant Solicitor, correct? To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been Deputy Solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with you. And that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to you.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking an oath, and then you started asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says Deputy Solicitor, right?
I agree that card says Deputy Solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir. I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does. You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That
it's
would
not
be
focused very well.
That's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better. There we go. All right. So the one on the top was what came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's unexpired, the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was a law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle. So how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been
5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on that got taken in on June the 7th, I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January, so I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm. So I would have had it for 5 years, and sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls, and I believe in Colleton it was Andy Strickland.
In Colleton it was Andy Strickland?
And I believe in Allendale it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm going to get some blue lights installed on my vehicle, and he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him, and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
Along with Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe so.
I'm going to show you just real quick what's been marked as States 507. See if you recognize that.
I said vehicle? Did I say vehicle? I don't remember that. Guys, want to see something cool that I was just noticed? So, from what I'm seeing here, I didn't even realize you could look at this, but from what I'm seeing here, Feeding America has had 562 fundraisers so far. 562. There's the first page with these people who are donating a lot of money. Not that we didn't donate a lot of money, but first page, second page, JBN, baby. That's pretty damn good for one day. You guys are awesome. Check that out. Out of, what'd I say? Out of 562 other people have tried teams, we are 16. Amazing.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban that y'all had.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was. Found it. That's a picture.
Your Honor, Dr. States 507 in the evidence.
Objection. Submitted.
You testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that later.
Boat case, I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case. Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case? February 2019?
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case, okay. But when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Pawpaw.
Okay.
So, but there also the civil case.
All right. Pawpaw? That was your nickname for Paul?
I mean, I called him Pawpaw. Maggie called him Pawpaw. Bus calls him Pawpaw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Pawpaw. I mean, that's
Roro? Who was Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay.
I love Creighton subtly being like, "You fucking liar." Oh, Pawpaw, is that what you called him? Roro? Roro, Pawpaw.
And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Pawpaw during that?
I don't know.
Do you recall?
How I referred to I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation. Or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I call
all
him
the recorded
Rogan
statements?
All the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul.
All right. Well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case. Okay. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really don't know.
You don't believe so?
But
when you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of the when I went to the hospital, was acting in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay.
By the way, I thought they did a very good job in the mini series or whatever it is of how they did the hospital after the boat. I thought that was really good how they did it. Boat wreck.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Babe has chimed in that if she had to choose a cell between Charlie and Alec, she says, frankly, I'd prefer lodging with Alec. He's superficially so much more charming than Charlie is able to pull off, and he could write appeals for me. That's a good point.
Your Honor, it all for States 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Admit it.
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out your pocket? You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. Why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
Did I
want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
Alec is a very loves to use ask the question again to himself, so it gives him time to answer. Big fan of that. He's a big fan of that.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
All right. What advantage did you want?
When?
Then.
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but...
By the way, babe, before anyone makes a decision between Alec and Charlie, don't forget the selfie from Alec in jail. Do you guys remember that?
If I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. Mm-hmm. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
I wouldn't think.
What was that?
In fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew.
You You remember going to do that?
Did law and crime cut out part of this testimony? You guys seeing that little glitch?
Time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did
Like, there's totally a part missing there. There's totally a part that's missing there.
that as well?
You know, I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I don't think so.
All right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out when something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge, and I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. You know, did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you know, you notice that the flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, you know, acting like I was on official business.
So you're saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right, well, you never used these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you're saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into the hospital, correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that it's hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That is not something that, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident. That it's
Dude, look at those eyes. Just look at his eyes when he's talking to Creighton here. He's so freaking mad at him for asking these questions.
That night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that?
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket? Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right. So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that?
I wonder if Jack, never a truer word, has ever analyzed Murdaugh. I feel like 10 minutes would give him 10 minutes of testimony with old Alec here would give Jack like 3 episodes of his channel.
That this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally. That's just not how I would normally. You know, that's just not. That's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I don't know.
Okay, all right, that's fine. You won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital on the night of the boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge, and I specifically remember. You know. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You can ask.
You specifically remember what?
That, like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Mm-hmm. Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that that was not truly public domain. I mean, basically, the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad. And she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I noted I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you're wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement. Whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Yes, I did learn of that. I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that.
It's so funny how much he hates the silence. If like Creighton gives him like 2 or 3 seconds of like additional silence that he's not expecting, he just adds shit every time. He just adds shit because he can't take it.
I'm assuming that,
like, Creighton didn't even he didn't even like he just keeps going.
There may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after. I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already knew that. On June 7th.
You mentioned Andy Strickland. Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job? As sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner, whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, Andy, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend,
Sure.
All of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
so, yes, sir. I considered Andy a friend.
Would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Anything further?
The question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital?
I can't. I wonder how many times in this trial when Creighton was asking him it, when he repeated the question back to him so many times.
Prior to the June 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir. Not
you haven't gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
your opiate addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
It was certainly a cause, yes, sir.
A cause. Not the only cause, though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any reason.
You disagree if that was true?
They thought that my partners thought that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not trying to frustrate you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better.
I mean, it's literally almost every question that he asked the question back to figure out what he's going to say. It's crazy. I don't know if I noticed this before.
After that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
what date?
All right. Well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember, generally speaking, when it was. Yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011. Would you dispute that?
2011. When it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case.
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head. But that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdaugh. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
One. All right, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as states 331. Let's go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
I'm trying to see which ones. I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about that.
questions.
We'll talk about that. All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what the, she was injured in this wreck, with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes.
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. You remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows $2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPED's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
Pootie Tang is playing with his phone again.
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right.
Maybe
and so
he's
that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Oh, it froze again.
That's correct.
Son of a bitch.
Correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
I That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
It would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean.
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
If that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her.
This is driving me crazy. Maybe it wasn't the closed captions. I don't know what it is. I think it's just my computer is running out of memory.
Nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it. I
understand that. But you understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner. But every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time...
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. Okay. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit...
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them. I did...
That was a boss. That was a boss moment. Creighton was fed up with him. And did you hear the audience after that one? The crowd there?
Not be true. Okay. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit...
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something... What's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
All right. Well, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of a check. So that's December 20th, so that goes 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that. Okay. And I admit that.
All right. And I know, Mr. Murdaugh, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases...
To the comment, Your Honor.
You testified that you would like to just admit that... And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters. You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son, and I've sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down. The details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically in some instances what I did or didn't do.
All right. Well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is it's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point, is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that. Right. I can say I did wrong, I stole money that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look at Stage 330. This is Arthur Badger in the EPS case, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember what the total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right. Was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Was it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide, as the plaintiff's lawyer, how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes?
Sure.
Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant. Okay. But I believe Arthur Badger was a defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did, yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I would have. I believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back to States 333. You remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became a, I can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
Do you remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right. Well, let me show you States 333 and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like it was $10,245,000.
That was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPD that would have been attributable to you?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from the settlement. Is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Mm-hmm. Or did you take more?
Oh no, I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
Been rendered a paraplegic?
No, sir. He was a quadriplegic.
Quadriplegic. Thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately take money from his mother, Pamela, as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from Hakeem?
No, sir. Not off the top of my head. I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If it was over $1.3 million, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. We were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
That's not how I would characterize it. But
you wouldn't characterize it as wealthy?
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Yes.
2012.
Yes.
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
Yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1
Never
million?
mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Okay, good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy.
Is this a hard question, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue if you want to call it wealthy.
All right. Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No.
All this stolen money?
No, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills, and I know that, I don't remember in 2011 if I just can't remember those land deals, but, if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the Flowers?
There were two young girls from Columbia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case, related to that?
Yes, sir.
You remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement. I know it was a very good settlement, but
millions of dollars?
Oh yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, $2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
All right. And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
There was a conservatorship for them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage.
Just got $60 from Tina. Thank you so much, Tina. Now we are up to $25.60. Thank you so much, Tina. Whoops. Please, everyone, remember, take your email receipts, give them to your accountant.
It was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember. But For purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that he had.
And Christina, who was just in the chat, just donated. So now we are at $25.85. Thank you so much, Christina.
There was testimony that he had hit his wife, and it was clear we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit, so we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose is why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay, and who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plower Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plower account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it. I mean,
there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plowers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So,
what was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan, yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, "Hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plower account into my account." Correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that.
Do you dispute that there were emails to that effect?
Not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm asking. We agree on that. We agreed on that.
Well, no, sir. I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that, that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the Pliers do you take issue with? You take issue that
All right. This freezing is driving me crazy, and I think we're at 6 hours now, so I think I'm going to end it here. Guys, I really can't thank you enough. Let me just switch to just see what we totaled here. You guys have been so amazing. Best community around. We finished. And if you're on the replay crew, I am going to if you go into the description, the link is in there. But we finished today with $2,585. It's just amazing. It's a good organization, going to go to people who need it. So I really can't thank you guys enough. Thank you, mods, for all your help. Thank you for everyone in the chat. Really appreciate it. And I just really appreciate it. So thank you so much, everybody. And have a good rest of your weekend.